all out of bounds. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Isman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the man from Australia to Japan.
Take down the road, get back to the Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones was my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. I'm the man who tells you what to do, the boss baby, the king of all the marks, Jackie Jones. And I apologize for my absence last week. I thought we were off for 2 weeks, but that turns out that wasn't the case. I thought you said 2 weeks.
Well, I thought, but I manned up and I showed up early. I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. Booyah.
Tricked me.
Booyah. It was all over Facebook and your messages, and you were just like, oh, I don't care. I got to take an all-night poop fest.
I didn't get no private message saying it.
Private message, a message for privates. I'll message whatever you do. I'm your private message.
So
a
while
message
you were off,
for Incha, and I'll tell him what he should do.
While you were off making crazy gorilla, all kinds of news broke loose.
What?
All kinds of news.
What?
Poor Bray Wyatt passed away.
I know.
Poor
I went over
Terry
else
Funk
last week.
Passed away. CM Punk was fired from AEW. A fight happened. All in, all out, all this good stuff. I know you probably covered a lot last week, and I know
Covered every goddamn second of it.
I know you had good times last week, Jackie Jones. But now,
I missed the OIB in my heart. Some would say I missed them in my fart, but I missed them deep in my heart.
I'm here, and I'm going to throw a fly into your ointment, and you're not going to enjoy just loving on.
Well, I don't enjoy any time I got to see your fucking face, bitch.
That's right.
Boom! Are you fearing for your life, bitch? Are you fearing for your life, boy? Am I gonna lunge at you?
I'm glad you're being a worthy adversary tonight. As long as my monitor doesn't follow me, we'll be fine. But
some of that stuff is very cartoony. It's like, what is he, fucking Mr. Magoo?
I don't know. I mean, was he sitting behind a desk and
just all these monitors? They just like it's like a movie when like there's like all these cardboard, they just fall on him. And then wouldn't that be cool if you walked in and Tony Khan's just like he's buried under like a pile of
that would be awesome.
monitors.
I don't want any harm to come to Tony.
I think that'd be pretty sweet.
I love Tony Khan. He is a man who has provided a new source of professional wrestling to all the fans, and everybody should praise Tony Khan. And I'll give him credit. I'll give him a lot of credit because the easy road would have been, I'm not even going to announce it till we're out of Chicago, but he took it on the chin. He went out there and he announced the firing of CM Punk. And I think you got to give him credit for that because
I thought he sounded like the biggest bitch in the world, and I'm a Tony Khan fan.
If he would have,
I fear for my life.
I mean, he's not like a huge imposing dude. I mean, he's not physical. He's like a little dude. I mean, you could have like he's if a gust of wind
sounds like a loser.
Well, I mean, CM Punk.
Look, I'm not a guy who said you got to be this physically imposing badass. In fact, I get kind of depressed when I see all these people. They're like showering Vince McMahon with praise, and you got to be this asshole, and you got to sexually assault your female employees and all. No. Yeah, I like that Tony Khan's a fan. I would much rather have someone who loves wrestling running the company. I am very pro Tony Khan, but that was not a good promo. He sounded pathetic.
Well, I mean, that was
not even a promo. Which makes it worse. It wasn't. I wouldn't have had that guy. Someone just said, Tony, if you want to fire him, look. I've actually said last week. I just don't think these companies can mix, and it's probably for the best. But to go out and talk about fearing for your life and your safety, it really sounded really.
No, I mean, CM Punk's a lot bigger of a dude, and Tony Khan's probably never been in a fight in his entire life.
Sounded lame.
I mean, he's not.
He's talking about everyone else is fearing for themselves. Like,
I mean,
this fucking axe murder or something's running around. He's like fucking the Shining.
Well, they said he was a madman in the last altercation, and
no wonder. Look, he's worked with all these bitches. Jungle Boy should be fired.
There's video proof of CM Punk attacking Jungle Boy.
Yeah, I wonder why. He really sounds like a cool guy. He really sounds really helpful to the company.
Because he was upset about the glass thing, which I agree.
Yeah, but did you know what happened? They say all the doctors and Tony Schiavone were telling him don't do real glass, and then they went to the leader of the show. Maybe you should talk to him.
I agree with that aspect. I don't think he really needs to do real glass.
And then does he need to poke the bear and be? And come on, he's being a little troll.
No. He can say what he wants. He can be upset.
Sure. Then he got it. It wasn't just Punk just for the hell of it. It was like, don't do this. The company didn't want him to do it. Other veterans in the company didn't want him to do it. The doctors in the building didn't want him to do it.
He drove a car up to the front of the arena and or the stage, and he that wasn't approved through somebody. I mean,
not the real glass part they didn't want him to do.
I'm sure they didn't want him to say that. He went into business for himself on that one because he was annoyed.
I'm talking about on Collision, but yeah, but saying the comment was clearly trying to provoke Punk.
And if the only person who is
why try to mess up you're both of them. I'm never going to say Punk is innocent because I agree that he's not, but. On the same token, if people are trying to tell me Jungle Boy acted appropriately, no way.
No, he didn't. He was in the wrong for saying what he said. I don't disagree with that.
And you're messing up. You've got your biggest show in the history of the company, a record show in the history of wrestling, And that's what you're going to do. You're going to try to mess up the opening match, the opening show, the whole one of the key guys. Why?
You could say the same thing for Punk. Why didn't he just overlook it and then go out and have his match?
Because he's a hothead, obviously, and the guy's out there being a bitch when he's not,
Do
what
you
the hell is the
advocate
dude doing
physical
it?
violence?
If you
though?
fire
You're
both of them,
advocating
I'm
physical
not
violence
even.
right now.
I'm not
That's what
even.
you're
No,
doing.
I said this on the board. Should Punk hit people? For one thing, it's not clear if he punched him either, because a lot of people said
They
he
say
choked
there's
him.
video footage.
Yeah,
of it.
and a lot of people said he choked him in a front face lock because they
I've
got
heard
into
that,
a
yes.
tiff, and he grabbed him, which is actually what you would do to subdue someone, which is actually a lot better if someone is coming at you or you're in an altercation. It's better to grab them in a headlock like that than to punch them. I don't know what happened. I'm not there, and there's literally like 3 or 4 or 5 like different stories. Some of them sound very ridiculous, but either way. As I said on the message board, on the group, on the Facebook group, message boards are over. Should Punk hit people? No. Do I feel bad that Jungle Boy got hit or choked? Do I think he deserves it? I absolutely think he deserves it, and I don't feel bad for him whatsoever. Should he do it? No. But honestly, they both should. Like, this is your biggest show. Why would you do that? That's being a detriment to the company.
It was something that was making the rounds in the news, and I guess he felt like he had to give a retort to some degree. And he's a young man. I mean, he probably ain't thinking very clearly. I mean, what is he, 25, 23?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you don't think very clearly when you're at that age. You just do stupid things, and
yeah, but
that was something.
So
that he
what?
did
You're
that
like,
was
oh, well, let this guy do stupid. Everyone knows
and
that
that
this is a bad situation. This has been going on for a year now.
Okay. That being said, though,
so everyone should be able to do whatever they want.
Punk considers himself a veteran, right?
Yeah, that's why they told him to talk to Jungle Boy. Yeah, in the history of wrestling, he would have got a lot. He would have got his ass beat.
It should be in his best interest to do what's the best for the company. And
in the history of wrestling, Jungle Boy would have got his leg broke, or they would have beat him up and run him out of wrestling.
But it ain't that era.
I'm not saying it isn't, but you're saying he's a locker room leader. And do I think that kind of stuff's good? No, but do I think he was acting to honestly, as I said last week, if Punk did not care about anything besides money or whatever, I don't think any of this stuff would have bothered him. I really think he was, for better or worse, you can disagree. I don't agree with hitting people, but for better or worse, he wanted this stuff to be better. Because also that when they said he was fired from his contracts, not contract. He was not only under contract as a wrestler, so he was probably I don't know, the producer or whatever of the show. So he wanted the show to be better. Now, should you hit people's stuff? No. But the history of wrestling, that is how that stuff was done. In fact, it was done worse. Either way, Jungle Boy totally provoked the dude and could have led to messing up this whole show.
Well, in a way, that's the most unfortunate thing about all of this.
I agree 100%.
They had a hell of a show that I sat down and I watched in one sitting. I enjoyed it thoroughly the entire way through. Probably one of the best wrestling shows. It would definitely be top 5, if not the top show of all time that I've seen. And all we are talking about is this situation. Now, it's not like we're not going to talk about it, but that was a hell of a show. I mean, you really got to give AEW kudos for that show. I mean, Jesus Christ. Just top to bottom, great. I mean,
I bought both shows, and neither of them recorded. And I tried to ask Comcast, and you can't get a person on Comcast anymore. You go all you get is a robot, and you just keep getting this a never-ending cycle. You can never talk to anybody.
Xfinity, as it's known now. I still call it Comcast, but it is Xfinity.
Xfinity, yeah. So, but you can't get shit. I download the app. I try to call. Oh, wait time's over 2 hours to actually talk to somebody. I'm not going to sit there for 2 hours.
That sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you, because I mean that was $100 and you pretty much just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
my mom watched the show. She enjoyed them.
Oh, okay. Well, that was good. Good, she enjoyed it. But yeah, I mean that show was great, and then I even think the follow up was great. So all in and all out. But
yeah, I've heard. Honestly, the all out card going in sounded really. It did not sound like a marquee thing. But, the surprise appearances by people, and it sounded, and from what I gather, besides people who just are biased towards AEW to begin with, it sounded like a great show.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody showing up in the chat, but
I will say, I know Kevin Nash, my belief is Kevin Nash is trying to work an angle with Punk.
Stop. Just stop.
He wants to wrestle Punk. He wants to make some money with Punk.
No, he even said in the comments that everybody's reporting about, they don't report this part, because he even stopped in the middle of it and he said, I have no beef with this guy. I'm just saying it for hits, basically. And nobody puts that in their report. I've seen the actual clip. He stops and says to Sean, I'm just doing this because we got so many hits last week for what I said. So he would just fire it up.
Yeah, that is his dry sense of humor and stuff. So I would totally buy that. Also, he's the only one that really said that he sucker punched. I don't think you could call it a sucker punch when everyone knows like they were heated. And there's conflicting if there was even a punch. Mm-hmm. I don't think you could call that a sucker punch anyway.
If the footage shows it, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see
maybe,
footage,
but from everything I hear, it doesn't sound like a sucker punch. Do I think it's good? No, you can't hit people, but I wouldn't. A sucker punch is like the guy wouldn't know it's coming.
Yeah. So
they said they were in an argument before anything physical happened, so it can't be really a sucker punch.
But I think this even adds more credibility to what happened with the Young Bucks, and this makes like the third occasion where he's tried to engage.
Yeah, no wonder. Look at these guys.
You have Ryan, who he was trying to challenge to a fight.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He said fucking Mario Mancini would be out there saying, fuck you, Hulk Hogan.
Then you have Jack Perry.
Fuck Mario Mancini too. Punk, go fucking hit Mario Mancini. Say, hey, thief, steal this, bitch. Boom. Mm-hmm. I'll send you a free shirt.
And then I believe a lot of the things that has been talked about with the Young Bucks and Omega.
I will say this. Go and watch Being the Elite and meet their very first show after Punk gets fired and Kenny Omega is deep throating a Pepsi bottle. And I deny anyone who's not just a bitch to say, look at that and say, oh, I totally get it. You shouldn't hit people, but yeah, these guys are very hittable and deserve to be punched.
When I watch Being the Elite, I'm left with, should I have watched this? Because it does kind of hurt the respect I have for him, but it is just kind of just this batshit crazy thing that you can turn on and just be like, how about this? But yeah, I'm not so sure I get the whole Being the Elite thing, but whatever. I know he was doing a thing where he was drinking Pepsi, and I didn't even get that joke. And he was like, "This tastes like lighter fluid," and I didn't even put it together that he's making a shot at Punk and all that. But
as you were saying before, now you could see. I will totally agree. I agree that both sides are not innocent, and Punk is a hothead, and he's a. I think that what this all comes down to is it's dynamically opposed people. Mm-hmm. The one group is a different generation. It's really like internet troll kind of people who are used to to needling people and trolling people online with no actual physical, comeuppance. All those guys have quit Twitter at different times when they get trolled, so they're very weak and stuff. But they're fine with doing that. And then Punk is a guy, for better or worse, who's more in your face. And honestly, he would not have ever risen to his heights in the wrestling business at the time he did if he didn't have that attitude. Because he was really, there's been smaller guys and stuff, but he was really the first indie guy that people call an independent guy that rose to that level, main evented WWE for a long time, was champion for they made up this fake kind of thing. He was the champ, the longest reigning champ in the modern era. If it wasn't for him, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, lots of guys would have never even got a shot. And so he had to overcome a lot of people's attitude against him being an indie guy for that. So where was I? So totally different viewpoints, even though similar in some ways, because those guys were also rose out of the indie.
They had to make their own company, basically.
Yeah. There's a lot in common in both, but personality-wise, I think it's a generational thing.
I do think the time that they
finish.
Came up is very
exactly. Different generation.
Definitely very different.
Right, but similar, like a lot of people who are opposites. There's also weirdly similar. Like there's similarities between Russo, or not so much Russo, but there's similarities between Paul Heyman and Jim Cornette. And before Russo, they were kind of opposites. And ECW completely opposite to OVW, but very similar. There's a lot of similarities between the two guys. But so you were saying that it shows a history of Punk back to when he was hitting the Young Bucks, and I agree with. But I also think on the opposite side of this, it shows a history of what kind of drives him to do this. Is he's surrounded by people who, even he said in the scrum at the time, by children. And is it okay to hit people that annoy you? No, but I think it's clearly those are a lot of how these people act.
Now, I mean, you do have a lot of young bucks in yourself, I mean.
Oh, sure, I like to troll people. In fact, it's weird because I would think you're much more of a Punk guy because you're always talking about punching people and shooting people and
shooting people.
Well, that's more Cash Wheeler, but you're very much CM Punk.
Allegedly,
you're the CM Punk guy always wanting to punch me out and stuff. So I would think his mentality would be more up your alley.
Well, I think the disconnect for me when it comes to that is
that you just love the Young Bucks.
I think when you're working, you have to realize that there's things you can't do on the job.
Yeah, but wrestling is not. I understand what you're saying, and wrestling is still a job, but historically, it's not a normal environment.
It isn't, but I think it's definitely changed, like we were mentioning earlier. It's become a very different environment, and I think Punk. He's from the era that he was from, and it was very different back then. And he's come into this world being off for 7 years. And it's all these guys making their internet videos, and he's like, what the fuck is this? And he wants it to kind of go back the way it was, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, this is just how it is.
But he has embraced a lot of young guys, too, because I heard Dave Meltzer, who is so biased. He's like Cornette biased, but opposite. I mean, it's laughable, a lot of stuff. And he said something I thought was completely ridiculous. He said Punk had this mentality towards the Bucks and stuff that if you were never in WWE, you don't matter and all, that you're not important. You've never made it. And I thought that's a really dumb thing to say because who are the guys that he's championed in AEW? And there are guys he championed. And the first guy, Darby Allin, never been in WWE. On Collision, again Darby Allin, and the name escapes me. Starks, Hobbs.
Starks.
Yeah, Starks, Hobbs. There was some guys I didn't think he should even wrestle that he wrestled on TV, guys that you don't even really see anymore. So there was a lot of young guys that he wanted to help. Honestly, some of them too much, I think. But to say that he only cares that, I don't think that's a mentality that Punk has. That unless you're in WWE, you're nobody.
Well, he did make a line that was like, guys who've never drawed anybody, and
well, that was more about taking advice because if you are a young guy, you should take advice from the veterans. Punk took advice from lots of veterans when he was coming up. Raven was a guy that had his fame. One of the feuds that put CM Punk on the map was his stuff with Raven in Ring of Honor. Harley Race was a mentor of his. So then when he has these younger guys that are taking advice from him, like Brody King, Darby Allin, Starks, Hobbs, and stuff, that's not saying these guys suck. It's they don't have the experience of him. Yeah. And then when you have a guy like Hangman Page who did say that he doesn't take advice from, it is a stupid thing to say.
But they did come up differently as well, and they created their own company.
I know.
To get to where they're at.
I'm an AEW fan.
And it's like they met resistance with a lot of, like definitely Cornette. He didn't like him.
Yeah, Cornette, Booker T.
Maybe some other legends. They weren't very in favor of them. So their mentality, they're like, well, we've got here and created this company. Why should we listen to them? I mean, I don't think that's the right thing to have, but I'm just trying to like paint.
Then you shouldn't even. Why even bring these guys in?
Well, I don't think
why bring in a veteran if you're not going to listen to them?
I don't think they thought they were trashed so much.
I kind of think Hangman Page, to be honest, regardless of what I think of him as a person or whatever, he's just like he's like a tag along. Like he wasn't a draw. The draw. I will say, no matter what I think of the Bucks, the Bucks the draw. Kenny Omega, huge draw. Bucks. Revolutionized independent wrestlers making merchandise. They got themselves over without ever being on before AEW, without ever being on a big platform. Hangman Page just happened to be their buddies. I'm not saying he's a complete
I would
bum.
agree with you. Yes, I would say that based on what I watched was ROH before AEW was coming around. And Hangman Page was a guy who was like, yeah, this guy, he'll do some crazy stuff in matches.
Yeah, he's not
but
a bum.
He never was like, this is the it guy,
Right.
I do think being friends with the Buck has 100% helped.
He's not the Dungeons and Dragons guy. He's not the oily Asian guy. But he's there because he's friends with the Bucks. And he has a good look at stuff. I don't think he's way before any of this. I mean, I think both of us said it on the show. When he had, his shot as champ, and when he was at the early days when he was almost going to be champ, like it was clear he wasn't ready. And then when he got the title, I don't think it really clicked.
Yeah, well, it wasn't real over with people, I don't think. I mean, because in a way, I mean, maybe the point you're making is he should be listening to some of these veterans.
Yeah, exactly.
So he would know when he gets to that spot, he can use what they've taught him.
He has potential. He has potentially his tools. He has a certain look. Yeah. He's good in the ring. I don't think he's a great promo guy. So if you take all this though and you listen to veterans, you can improve on what you need improved on. And just think of this: when AEW started All Elite Wrestling, would they have built? Would this company even began if you took the Bucks and Omega out, and if Tony Khan saw Hangman Page, would he say, I got to start a new company because this guy's so over? No. He's selling out Tokyo. He's big star in Tokyo Dome. He's coming to the United States and selling out Madison Square Garden stuff. No, it wouldn't have ever happened. No. But the Bucks have a huge following, regardless of what anyone thinks of them. And Kenny Omega, obviously, and it's completely different. I think those are the three guys that are really the. Now, if any of those guys said I don't want to take advice, I still don't agree with it. But at least they have worn, they've done things. So.
They've got more credibility.
Right.
I see what you're saying, but Yeah.
But at the end of the day, as I said, maybe this will surprise you. Said last week, if I had to sit down, for one thing, it's just not going to work. You can't have these. It's just not going to work, obviously, to have Punk and the Elite guys in the company. And if I sat down and they said, Jack, you have to decide. It's just you got to keep this guy or you keep this guy. Who has more upside? You got to go with the Elite because short term, Punk is a bigger draw because he's a bigger name. He's a merchandise seller, all this stuff. But he's clearly at the tail end of his career. He's got lots of injuries. You're not going to get as much out of Punk in the future as you would, maybe in short term and things here and there, as you are out of the Elite group. Who I also do think, not at the tail end of their career, but I do think we've already seen their peak. I do think the Bucks and Kenny Omega have already peaked, and Kenny Omega's clearly breaking down too. He's not like Matt Hardy level or something, but I think he's now descending in his career. But they have more upside, and they're also there. People, there's going to be people that are upset that Punk is gone, but you would really destroy your locker room if you would have chosen Punk over the Elite guys.
Yeah.
And calling your company the AEW, All Elite Wrestling, even though in theory I think it was good because the Elite have the following, I think they pinned themselves in the corner because if you lose those guys, it's a huge slap in the face to your own company.
Mm.
And so regardless of how... Right now, I think it's great to keep them. I'm not going to say they suck or anything. I don't think Hangman's that great, but the other three are a big part of the company. But in the future, if they start to dwindle like every star does, you're going to have to still keep these guys. Or if they ever go to the WWE, I mean it makes AEW look really bad.
Yeah, I think so. I mean that's definitely my big issue with Cody Rhodes and how I despise the man anymore, and I just don't want to see him. But we got some nice comments by the chatters here.
Yeah, I've read. I love Golgo, but you can't. I'm sorry, you cannot go by Dave Meltzer on a lot of this stuff because I've listened to a lot of the different views on all this, and there's many different versions of what. I'm not saying what Meltzer said isn't true, but you can't just say Meltzer said this, so it's true. I listened to what Meltzer said, and honestly, it sounded so over the top silly. It was like a little kid was feeding him this because he said that not only did Punk choke out Jungle Boy, he then grounded. He was on the and he also said Jungle Boy, couldn't even let him. He was just pushing him off like he's nothing, and then Punk was ground and pound punching and wailing on him. And Jungle Boy was just the punches were just not doing nothing, have no effect on him. And I was like, come on, man. I'm not saying if any grown guy who's bigger, any grown guy, honestly, even if they're not that much bigger, but any grown guy that's 30 pounds bigger than Jungle Boy, and they were just punching him, he would have some type of mark on him when he came out to the ring. Now, if he punched him once, maybe not. But if he had him on the ground, just wailing on him, and it had no effect whatsoever, I mean,
I have been hit by people that it was is that really all you've got?
Yeah, but
I'm just speaking from experience.
Ground, he was wailing on him 20 times, and he just sat there. I mean,
I'm not going to say it's impossible.
I think it's really stupid.
I mean, I do think it is burying Punk to say
it was
that.
It was very much this sounds.
I'm not saying this is a credible story.
Yeah,
but I have been punched by people where it was that really wasn't much of anything, and that was pretty pathetic. And I almost.
But I mean, 160-pound guy and the 220-pound guy is just on him.
Yeah. I don't know. I would love.
I
to see
think
the
it's
footage.
very much exaggerated.
It probably was. I do know Dave is definitely friends with the Elite, and he does. He's biased in that sense.
Oh,
I
I mean, biased to the nth degree.
Now, I'll agree, a little biased.
Not a little biased. It's really bad. Cornette's. I mean, it's like Cornette level where he talks about like
the opposite.
You know, Omega's like the worst. Oh, he literally talks about Moxie being the literally the worst wrestler in the world, and it's like, come on, man.
Yeah. I just that's. I think John Moxley's great, and I don't see how Jim could be saying that about John Moxley. I mean, I think just because he does the matches that he doesn't enjoy, it makes him.
Oh yeah, it's silly.
That stuff about Moxley.
I haven't heard him. I was listening to the thing he said, and because I guess someone on WWE like came out through the crowd, maybe one of the Usos, and he said, unlike Moxley, like he got a reaction. I'm like, come on, like you cannot like Moxley, and that's your opinion, whatever. But you can't say that none of the fans react to him. I mean, that's just like ludicrous.
They definitely react to him. Yeah. Yeah, that's just insane. Oh, Meltzer is so biased towards the Elite. I agree with that. Golgo 13 there. I like to go one of Golgo's earlier statements. He was talking about how. Oh, you mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Nash and,
I've seen people say similar things. They said too, if Punk went to WWE, he wouldn't do this stuff. But the thing is, I don't think anyone would act like this to Punk in the UFC either. I mean, you can't just say like, oh, he's not going to hit some guy in the back. But
there's probably not people behind the scenes at UFC running around with their own YouTube channel. I will agree to that. I mean, and if they were, I'd say the higher ups at I don't know who's in control of UFC anymore, but I would say they would probably say, "You guys cut this out."
And they're not going to, go feed stuff to Meltzer or whoever writes UFC dirt sheet.
No, I will say I do think Punk talks to the dirt sheets.
He admitted it. It was he didn't admit it, but is it something? I don't even know who he is. Ross Sapp. Yeah, he said like he. Well, no.
There's people popping up that I'm not even that familiar with, and it's a different news.
Him and I think it's John Houseman or something. I don't know.
Okay,
but the thing is, both of them had said that he only started doing that after all that stuff was, that Meltzer's getting all that stuff, and he did it specifically not to like, oh, I'm gonna go talk to these guys. It was, I've got to get my word out there because none of these guys, get anything from me.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he'll. Do you think there's going to be
Mike Johnson,
a huge? Mike Johnson. He's got a lot of stuff that's come out. Mike Johnson breaks a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Mike Johnson. I respect Mike Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
I respect Meltzer. I just think Meltzer.
I honestly lost a ton of respect for Meltzer over the last year. Honestly, that's not even a bit. I don't really respect him as a journalist. I don't. I respect his history and stuff like that, but he's either a bumbling imbecile who just believes anything his buddies tell him. Or he's I don't really even think he's dishonest. I think he's just very easily manipulated.
Well, it is unprecedented that he's friends with the leaders of the company.
Yeah.
So I mean that it's different times for him. But I still like Meltzer. I do take his news with a grain of salt. I don't think everything he says is 100% accurate. Especially when it comes to the Elite. I take everything with a grain of salt, pretty much, because it is a very different.
Oh yeah, I mean all this
news.
stuff, and
the news is coming from different people nowadays. Where in the past it was just Meltzer. It was Meltzer, and everybody would break it after Meltzer released the Observer.
Yeah, honestly, in the 90s and in the early 2000s till maybe 10 years ago, maybe even later, I don't know, like maybe about 10 years ago. Like honestly, like 90%. If you read the Observer, like 90% of the stuff you read online was just people rewriting the Observer.
Well, I believe Mike Johnson, he
Hannibal still does
was
that.
one of the ones who broke the Brock Lesnar was leaving at WrestleMania after WrestleMania 20. And the big negative reaction. So I think that was kind of like a twist where the news from wrestling is starting to change and more people are starting to pick it up. I don't know how they get all of these followers though, but whatever. It makes you a little jealous, but what can you do about it? Like these new guys that I've never even heard of, they just pop up and they get like tons of hits.
Oh yeah, you get
It's like,
tens of thousands.
I'd like to fucking punch these guys.
See, now you're getting all CM Punk over here.
It's because I'm not. This ain't my job, so I can do that.
It is. You're see, it's the exact same thing. You want to go punch a podcaster? See, you're getting on his side.
I'm just gonna break into freaking Conrad's house and just be like, I'm gonna punch you. You take your Texas Chainsaw Massacre belt. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
That would be pretty sweet.
That would be if he does in fact have it. I think that's where it probably ended up, unless Tony has it. Maybe Tony kept it. Maybe he's a Texas Chainsaw Mark. But
I can't picture it. But
I do think Tony took the high road because he didn't lead people on to think that Punk was going to be on the pay-per-view.
I will agree on that part. Because I've heard people say the opposite. Oh, he should have had him or had him wrestle in Chicago, then fire him. But that's really skeezy, honestly. I think.
Oh, that would be really sleazy if he would just bring him on and be like, oh, well, you know that incident. Well, we got to fire you for that.
Yeah, let's get our fan. Let's let people. Let's
have our cake
you.
And eat it too.
Yeah, that's skeezy. That's skeezy.
Yeah, you can't do it.
There are a lot of wrestling fans who only care about the company making money and not doing what's right.
Yeah,
they love, wrestling, the blood money shows and stuff like that.
That's the part. Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. That's just sleazy. I mean,
and they're not even. It would be one thing if they were getting some of the pie, which I would still be against. But like it's weird to be like a mark for someone else, for some rich guy making money.
Mm-hmm. But like in Tony, I mean, I don't know if Tony has any skeletons in his closet, but he seems like a nice guy. And
I like Tony Khan. I like Tony Khan. I just do think that came off very lame.
Well, I mean, it was a tough spot. You gotta admit it, because he's in Chicago.
I think someone should have told him, like, you go out there and say you fought, but I don't know. Don't be like, I feared for my life. It sounds very bad.
Well, he probably did. I'm sure he's never even been in a fight.
Golgo said earlier he thinks that, as Cornette said that.
What if he saw the punches that he was giving Jack Perry and he's like, I can take this motherfucker. Let's go.
Well, apparently he was fearing for his life from that. And then, like, crates were falling on him.
Monitors. Dave said it was more than just lunging Jack. More than just lunging.
Yeah, then Dave's like, I was being nice to him. I'm like, come on, Dave. All you did was totally bury the man. Every week I listened to you. You couldn't have been more negative towards Punk, even when he would do something really good. He'd like, oh, that was like a 1-star match, or it's like, come on, man.
Do you think Kenny was calling him saying, just give him 1 star? Let's see what
I don't know how he gets this from me. I don't even ever bring up Conrad.
I bring him up every now and then.
Yeah, but no, I don't. I don't really. Honestly, I don't really like him.
I really think, like, do these guys just like buy their subscribers or something? Because they don't
necessarily buy the subscribers, but they do pay the people.
The people that they get on.
Oh yeah. Well, Conrad obviously because they're like in a business relationship, but I do think that's a different thing. Him and like Sean Oliver with Nash, but I know from experience, because some people I've asked to come on the show or back on the show that we've worked with before, And these guys, I know who they are. Or I don't want to out them here on the show, but they pay like $500 a show for a certain level of guests that we used to just be able to get on regularly. And the idea is, why come on a show for free if this other dude's paying me $500?
I remember sending in a question to PW Insider way back in the day, and I asked Buck Woodward if they would ever like pay for information. That's kind of what's going on now today. And Buck Woodward said it was a conflict of interest for him, but now they're paying to get some information from him.
I don't agree with this though either. I have more respect for Brian Alvarez. Brian Alvarez is the Hangman Page to Dave Meltzer.
Come on now, you need to be in love with Dave and Brian again. They're good guys.
No, and I was listening to Alvarez, and he's always going on about. He sounds like a total weenie too. He's going on about, oh my God, now the soft brand splits over, and guys will have to wrestle in Dynamite and Collision, and it's going to be such a oh my God, how can they put up with this schedule?
Are you upset?
They might have to work twice a week.
Are you upset?
Shit.
Are you upset that you have to buy Hangman Page dinner to get?
I never bought the man shit. I would never buy someone on TV anything. I wouldn't buy you dinner. Never mind Hangman Page.
You're buying Hangman Page dinner. You won't pay for my dinner.
My former money mark bought him dinner. He also bought me a $600 steak dinner. So what the hell do I know? That was I don't want to say that was nice of him. But the first night I went to Chicago, and it took me. He called up. This is an absolute true story. I'm the most honest man podcasting, but sometimes you want to dramatize something. But this is exactly how it happened. He picks me up in Chicago from the airport, and he's like, Jack. He always called me Jack, even though he knew my real name. Jack, what's your favorite cut of steak? Wasn't like if you like steak, what's your favorite cut of steak? And I'm like, well, a ribeye. So he calls up his friend, and he's like, where's the best ribeye in Chicago without a dress code? Because neither of us we just had shirts and hoodies or whatever. And so he told them, I cannot remember the name. I could probably look it up on my Facebook of the steakhouse. And so we go there. Oh, and the guy on the phone told him, you got to ask for Fat Chris and tell him it was something, a word I can't say here, but it's a derogatory word for Italians. Mm-hmm. A 3-letter word that rhymes with mop. So you got to tell him it's like something the mop, we'll say. That's not exactly what it was, but something the mop. So we go there, and I'm like, I don't know what is happening. No one had real names. It was all these friggin' code names. And we get to the steakhouse, and they're like, oh, we're full up. And Chi-Town Matt's like, I need to see Fat Chris. And Fat Chris, and they're like, oh, well, do you know him? And he's like, yeah, JoJo the Mop told me. And I was like, what in the hell is happening? And so Fat Chris comes out. And he's like, JoJo the Mop told me that, Guido the whatever. And then right away they took us to a table, and Fat Chris like, set these guys up, whatever. And I thought, what in the hell is happening? And so we had a steak and just all these sides of stuff. And it wasn't $600. It was $300 and something, and neither of us drank. 2 people. It was over $300 steak dinner.
Damn.
And I was like, God damn. So the point was him buying Hangman Page and Page's parents dinner at Applebee's or whatever was nothing compared to our steak dinner.
It wasn't Applebee's, was it?
No, but it was something like that.
I was like, he's finally eating good in the neighborhood. But so anyways, Jackie Jones.
Oh, Jackie Jones, oh, Jack, oh, Jackie Jones, yeah! Oh, Jackie Jones, oh, Jack, oh, Jackie Jones.
What do you think about those 2 big bucks in there chopping meat?
I didn't see it.
Did you not see the pay-per-view?
No, I didn't see those 2 pay-per-views. I
was
bought
fun.
them, but I didn't get to see them. Xfinity fucked me. And all I could talk to is robots. I'm still trying to work it out.
They ever go like, you remember, Jack, when you asked us to make a picture of 1-inch biceps, the Power Goat? Fuck you and your pay-per-view.
Did I sell out intro? I bought a pop thing. What do you call them? A pop?
No, that's cool. My mom has one of those.
It is
Why would
handy,
you be a
though.
sellout?
I don't know. I thought maybe it was like totally friendly weekly or something.
Bro, don't come to me. I'm so out of the loop. I don't know what's hip.
You don't look hip, brother.
Yeah, I'm not hip.
I'm
don't
hip.
know
I'm
anything
cool.
anymore.
But yeah, it's good for selfies. But no, it's good. Like, man, look at this. Boom. And then you just go like this and you twist. And it's just like a phone again.
Oh, does it lay flat when you do that?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I didn't know it lay flat like that.
Everyone's like, Jack, this is those have been around for 25 years.
They have been around for a while. Yeah.
But I just now discovered it. Pretty cool.
Well, anyways.
I've eaten at the Olive Garden. Jack, I've eaten there. Oh, by the way, Hitcher,
Olive Garden, yes.
in LA, I had something for the first time. Several times. Hot and ready.
How would you rank the hot and ready?
It
Little
was
Caesars.
It was fine, I would say. It was actually probably better, but it was definitely better than I expected. It was adequate.
It's not like this is great pizza, but it's good.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was,
if you're just wanting to grab something real quick.
So we're making a movie on a limited budget. You got to feed 6, 8, 10 people. Go down, grab 4 hot and readies. Boom.
Did they get the crazy bread? Because that's the best part of Little Caesars.
Well, see, one of the people is vegan, and so he cheated a few times and had the cheese, but didn't want pepperoni. But and a couple times they didn't have cheese ready, so we got some bread. And yeah, the bread was good, and the sauce I actually do think was very good.
The crazy bread is probably the best thing at Little Caesars, if you ask me. And then they got the Italian cheesy bread. That's really good too. But the pizza's just all right, if you ask me. But,
yeah, it's fine. It was adequate. It was better than I expected it to be. It's better than Pizza Hut.
If I'm wanting pizza,
better than a frozen
place
pizza.
I want to go.
No. But I'm saying if you gotta feed a bunch of people without going bankrupt. Plus, it was literally around the corner from the director's house. But what I would say, also right around the corner in the same parking lot was a street taco truck, and it was delicious. And you can get 4 tacos for $10, and these weren't just like a little taco. These were pretty happening tacos. You could get nacho fries, which was just a big pile of fries with whatever kind of meat you want to throw it on the top, and all your nacho fixins. Damn, that was good.
Galgo 13's comment here, it does make me nostalgic because I remember when you would go to Little Caesars and you would get the 2 big square pizzas and they'd give you this big thing covered in paper. It was like cardboard on the bottom, so the pizzas wouldn't just fall off. And then it was all just like a big bag around it. It was weird looking, but it was pretty neat. It was unique.
I'm not a fan of thick pizza.
Huh?
Not a fan of thick crust pizza.
Oh, thick? I like thick.
It's not real pizza.
Yeah, I like it.
It's because you like bullshit.
Well, I like you, and you're bullshit.
Boom.
Troy Jones.
You'll have some real pizza.
Troy Jones. I'll miss Punk on AEW, but I am
definitely not happy
he's gone. Too much walking on eggshells for everyone the guys didn't like.
No, I definitely do not. I'm definitely not happy he's gone. The show's honestly, it's a it's a minus without him. I liked the show before he came in, so it's not like the show's dead to me or something. But Collision clearly was not nearly as good without him this week.
Collision does feel like it's being thrown together, and it's not. It's not. They need to pick up the quality there for sure. For sure.
I actually have a bunch of notes on Collision because I was going to. I didn't have enough time. I was too tired. I was catching up on sleep. I was gone for 10 days, interest. 7 days in L.A., 3 days in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
My friend in West Virginia didn't even come out. He's like, fuck you.
Because I'm really not that close to Virginia.
I found out even people I know in Virginia weren't even close. It's like, that's 6 hours. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's far. Because I'm
in the mountains of Virginia. And my friend Robin's like, dummy, everything in Virginia is in the mountains of Virginia. I was like, what?
Just about, yeah. Like the big cities in Virginia is like almost on the beach, like a lot of them.
I had to fly into Dulles in Washington, D.C., and then we drove an hour to wherever the hell, Winchester?
Winchester?
Yeah, Winchester, Virginia. Because there's no airports in Virginia that were close to this place. The closest was in I didn't know how to pronounce it. I thought it was Dulles, but it's Dulles. All right, so let's see.
Yeah, I've never even been to these towns in Virginia. I've only drove through Virginia. Just like you've been on the same route that I've been through in Virginia, and that's like when we went to Charlotte. That's all I've really ever seen.
Good enough to go to Virginia for that, but not to see movies.
That's only like 3 hours, like to get to the border there. But like,
this is a good question, Richard Slater. Do you think Punk will pop up anywhere else? It's weird to me that everyone just assumes he's dying to go to WWE when he's like pretty much on record for hating WWE and not going back for 7 years. So, in my opinion, if he would go, now normally I would say probably, I just don't think we'll see him again in wrestling. But there is part of his personality that, which I can kind of understand, that he would go back specifically in spite to Tony Khan and the Elite. Be like, hey, look, I'm coming here and I'm getting a big pay-per-view draw or whatever.
Well, I don't 100% agree with you on the first half. I think I said it back when it happened, when he went behind the scenes at WWE, that was a move. I think it's possible that CM Punk wanted to get fired from AEW. Well, I think it's very possible.
I don't think so. And if he did, then this other story cannot be true. This other story that Meltzer puts out there that he would not shake the hand of Steven Regal, Lord William Regal, and said that he was just a stooge for Triple H. Both things cannot be true. He cannot be, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
He's just a stooge for WWE, and at the same time, God damn it, WWE, bring me back. Both things can't be true. That makes no sense.
I question that story, whether he did that to William Regal, because he was trying to make amends with Triple H from all of the stories that we heard, and he was there to talk to the Miz as well. So that story is just either not true or I just don't believe that one. I don't.
Yeah,
think that he did that.
It doesn't make sense because he's saying it definitely can't be both. Yeah. Because if he was trying to go back to WWE, then he would actually want to be friends with Regal if he thought he was friends with
exactly.
Triple H.
And he's isn't he friends with Daniel Bryan? And that's like Daniel Bryan, William Regal is the number one to him. So I don't think he would just disrespect William Regal like that. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that story.
Do I think he'll go to Impact? Absolutely not. They even if they open like the vaults, I don't think, because I know everyone wants money and stuff, but I don't think you can argue that he's a guy that just thinks about money, because people had offered him money. AEW offered money at the beginning of the show, and he didn't go there for a long time. So I can't imagine he would think, "Oh, this is going to make me look really good if I went to Impact."
Mm-hmm. New Japan, aren't they having some issues right now?
Yeah, I don't know enough about Japan.
Yeah, I heard something that they might be, but I could be wrong. If they could afford him, but I mean, they are also in, they're trying to work with AEW.
Yeah,
I mean,
weird.
So I'm not sure if they would want to go there, but
there's also the thing. He was away for 7 years, then he gets it back in his system because. You whatever you think of the guy, it was clear he enjoyed being out in front of the crowd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially early on, and so that was always a reason Austin really fought against doing any comeback because he knew if he came back, he'd probably want to keep wrestling, and I think doing it so much later in his life, he probably just knew like, well, I'm not going to be able to come back anyway. So if I do a comeback match, it's not going to be like an ongoing thing. But once it's easy to say, oh, I don't want to go back to wrestling when you're away from it. But then when you're actually there, you get the adrenaline and like you get the feelings of, oh, I remember what it's like to perform in front of these people. So then I could see, that changes things in your mind. Mm-hmm. You're like, well, I don't want to work here, but there's very limited places he can work. I mean, obviously, Impact would like him and NWA Power or something, but realistically, there's like 2 or 3, if you include Japan, places that he's gonna actually go. It's WWE back to AEW somehow or Japan. There's no way
I wouldn't rule out WWE.
I think a combination of things. I think spiting people would be a big part of it. I mean, honestly, that's
what I think kind of fueled the trying to smooth things over.
Yeah, that's possible. That would be the only way I could see that. That and or just even troll them a little bit, like I'm going here.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of he's got it back in his system, I would like to wrestle in front of people again.
I definitely think he doesn't want to go out like he's going.
That's another thing too. Vic brought that up. I understand that too. Like you want your legacy to. You don't want this to be your lasting legacy. Mm-hmm. You walking out the. It's bad for AEW too. They have storylines that will never get a payoff. Will never get any type of payoff to him in the Elite. We'll never get a payoff to him in Starks. We'll never get a payoff to him being the real world champ, which really, if you think about it, should look bad. No one really talks about it, so it might not matter. But, making him, him going out there saying the real world champ never lost the title, then he actually just walks out. He walks away with the title. I think years ago that would have made the company look really bad. But I guess we live in a different time. People don't really care because they know it's not real, so.
I do think the match with Samoa Joe, I thought that was a pretty good one. I mean, it was interesting that it was the opener, but I wonder what Joe had to do to like talk CM Punk into doing the match after all of that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I assume they're good friends because from early on they said originally they wanted Jericho versus Punk on Collision and Punk push for the Joe.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume like they're good friends anyway.
Yeah.
And it helped Joe. I'll say this. He's much bigger star right now than he's been in AEW. I think they should really, even though I love Daniel Bryan and stuff, but I hope they don't really miss the boat on Joe because I think you could make him the number one face on the company. He was really getting cheered.
Yeah.
Up until.
So I hope it leads to good things.
They
for
have
Joe,
lots of
he's
stars.
Already feuding with. I like the feud he's got going on with MJF, where MJF is selling his neck because he suffered that injury from Cole in the match. So it leads you to believe like, well, what's going to happen because he's having all these issues in his matches.
Yeah,
and good. I mean it's such a great storyline that they've put together with that. I mean, and so he's feuding with Joe, and it's like it's going to come back around where he's going to be like, Adam, you messed my neck up like this, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what happens.
And you need top guys to work with MJF. He's a great talent and everything, but at the same time, he's also a newer guy. So when he's at that level, he's not a champion like Ric Flair back in the day. You would put inexperienced guys with him like Sting, Lex Luger to help elevate those guys too. MJF is super talented and he can go in the ring. It's not his talent in the ring, but you can't put a guy when they were doing the 4 pillars thing, because it was 4 guys that were all basically the same level. In fact, he was a bigger star probably, but that doesn't really work. So, but I think you need like top guys for MJF to work with, because even though he's great, I still think elevating him in the eyes of people who don't really know him yet is really what you need.
Definitely. So I look forward to seeing what happens there. But Galgo 13 here, he says, I never thought Bret Hart and the Warrior would come back to WWE. So anything
you can't
is
tie
possible.
it. Yep.
What do you think about the story that's been coming around the wrestling community about the Young Bucks is going to have a sit down with Punk if he behaved himself after 6 months?
Yeah. They should.
Does that mean active? That he's been active for 6 months? Because I mean, it's been a year since the last one.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So maybe there was I don't know.
I'm assuming that meant while he's active in AEW.
I could see even that pissing him off. Because it's like, who are these guys? Like I've got, I'm on probation to these guys that are like 10 years younger than me. Or whatever.
I even heard one report where he did actually see him before the show started. And he said,
he did try. History. They said he thought they were going to have a meeting before Collision and stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, before All In.
All In, yeah. So, but I don't know. I guess we'll never.
I agree with this, Richard. It's nice to see Roderick Strong have personality with the neck gimmick. I've never thought anything of Roderick. I mean, he's clearly a good wrestler, but to me, was a totally bland guy.
This is the most personality I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. I love this. This is great.
It's a good thing because he's this gimmick is. At first, I just thought he looks like a goofball. Do you think he realized he looked so goofy, or do you think this?
I think so. They're capitalizing on his nerdiness, really.
Yeah,
it's kind of this nerdy like. This is like Paul Heyman level stuff in ECW, when you would like, capitalize on something that might be a negative, or find like something about the guy that. Not necessarily appealing, but you could do something with it, and they are. And it's great. So here's my notes on Collision. Was I also like something I always like about Collision, and I don't know if I ever talked to you about this, is I like that they have the opening promos before even the intro. It's very old school wrestling to me.
It is, yeah. It gives it its own feel, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the Roderick Strong character, and they do need to pick up things on Collision, because I mean that's a 2-hour show, and you were complaining to me on private.
It was all like jobber guys. Like I actually think Action Andretti's talented, and I thought his match with Moxley was good, but it's like that's Moxley's first match after winning the international title, which I did see this match, on the internet, and great match, Moxley and Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy, it's weird to think about, but he totally elevated that title. It was kind of just a pointless title, and I thought he was one of the highlights of Dynamite with his weekly defenses. And then main eventing a show and losing the title to Moxley, a huge star, I think was actually a smart idea. You made this title seem like almost, another world title, really. And so then his very first title defense is against Action Andretti. It's like not one person thinks Action Andretti's going to win, and it's like a long competitive match. technically it was good. It was fun to watch, but it's just like, it's like you're watching Rampage. You're just watching a wrestling match, which is fine. I'm not saying I like wrestling, but it's not like, that's not a smart match to put together for his first title defense.
Hmm. So, Jackie Jones, do you have in your Collision notes how you wanted to apologize to me about saying you like Kevin Kelly more so than Ian Riccaboni?
Well, I do think Ian Riccaboni is a little too screamy for me still. But I was really paying more attention to Kevin Kelly this week, and I don't think he was particularly good.
He's really sucking.
And what really bothered me was he kept talking about the crowd cheering Moxley and saying we're in Bizarro World. And I'm like, dude, have you ever watched the show? Have you ever seen AEW? Even when the Blackpool Combat Club were heels, the crowd has never booed Jon Moxley. He's one of the most popular guys in AEW, one of the most popular guys in wrestling. And then to make it even worse, he was a big-time babyface with Bryan Danielson later on the same show. And this idiot saying it's Bizarro World because the crowd's cheering for the guy they always cheer for.
And they're in his home state, Ohio. and he came out with a shirt that didn't say Blackpool Combat Club. It said Buckeye Combat Club.
Well, why does he think he comes out of the crowd for? Because he hates the people and the people hate him. He comes out of the crowd because they love him, dumbass.
Ian Riccaboni wouldn't have made that mistake. And he would have made the show fun. Not just, oh, look at that. What a maneuver. Oh, yeah, this is Kevin Kelly is so bland. Why do they got that guy on Collision? And he's old, too. He looks like he's decaying away as he's sitting there.
I don't hate him as much as you, but
decaying away, and he looks like the guy on.
He's better than Taz.
Well, he is better than Taz, but that ain't saying much.
No, Taz fucking sucks.
Taz is like, I don't know what.
Taz should go back to WWE. He fits in there just like these cornball, terrible jokes that take away from any importance of the show.
Thank you, Glogo 13. Kevin Kelly is fine, but I think Ian is better as a play-by-play guy, and he has more energy than Kelly.
Yeah, but he's a little too screamy for me.
But he gives a rap.
Nigel is the man. I do think Nigel and Ian, those.
Did you not hear the rap that he gave Willow Nightingale? I mean, he makes it fun. He makes the show fun. That's the best part about Ring of Honor, honestly.
Oh no, I thought the Nigel and Ian were the best commentary team on wrestling.
Yes, I wish they wouldn't have gave the spot back to Kevin Kelly. I don't know why they offered him a contract. It's not just because I think I have an issue with him personally. It's because he's really boring on the program.
And then Statlander wrestled some bum with like her sister. And I'm like, who the hell are these two people I've never seen before? And Collision was doing a lot of video. What?
They're featured on Ring of Honor a lot.
But I don't fucking know. I don't watch it. And they were doing stuff on this Collision. They were showing video packages, which I thought was great. And they did on Dynamite too, where they showed highlights of the pay-per-view. And I was like, yes, this is what you should do, especially after great pay-per-views. And they even had some video packages to get you to know who, who is it, Vincent and his group are, the Righteous.
The Righteous.
So that's us good. Why not show a 30-second, it doesn't have to be 20 minutes, a 30-second video package of who these bums are that for some reason have a title shot.
The Righteous is probably another reason Ring of Honor, to watch Ring of Honor. I'm
a big fan of the Righteous.
So they're featured a lot on Ring of Honor. Dalton Castle, he's featured a good bit on Ring of Honor.
They really missed. Yeah, he had that match for some Jay White.
Yeah,
which was really strange because he wasn't established. But by the end of the match, people were into him, and then we haven't seen him again unless he was on the show when I was away. But
no, he hasn't really been featured too much. Yeah, I mean, I've seen him on Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I thought that was to we're introducing another star for Collision.
They could use him.
Yeah. At least,
Uh,
but I was um this is not sexist. People say sex, whatever. There's not enough over women to warrant two women's titles.
yeah, it's and I'll say this. I think Britt Baker needs to get back into the title scene.
I agree.
I think she's fallen. I think people aren't seeing her as the cool girl anymore.
She was legit the
It's
most
because
over
she's
woman.
not going for the belt.
I agree. She was legit the most over woman in AEW. One of the most over people in AEW.
Mm-hmm. It's hurting her not like being in the title mix to like you really feel like she's trying to win it, because it feels like she's just there right now. You know, I know they wanted to give Sheeta a run and everything, but it's not good. I don't know.
I'm glad Richard brought this up. Speaking of Nigel, do you guys notice in the last month when Bryan Danielson's name comes up how Nigel takes shot at Danielson during commentary?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had mentioned a couple months ago, Nigel actually did or maybe it was Bryan Danielson, did an interview talking about Nigel because, I believe he's cleared to wrestle again from the Hep C. I think, like some other people like pocket stuff, he's okay.
Yeah.
And there was talk, it was either one of the two, Nigel or Bryan Danielson, mentioned doing a match together.
That would be great because that was probably one of my favorite feuds in Ring of Honor when I was watching it at the time. They did some really great stuff. I was a huge fan of Nigel McGuinness back then, and I would love to see that.
Oh, by the way, I know I've actually was never a big fan of him as a wrestler. Not Nigel. I love Nigel, and I know you weren't either. But I saw people giving big praise to Chris Hero as I think actually Tony Schiavone as a producer backstage, and that does make me happy because he's another guy from that whole group. Nigel McGuinness, Claudio Castagnoli, Joe Punk. That never he was huge, in that whole era, but never got his big push anywhere, or never even got it really shot anywhere. So I'm happy that he's got a job and is doing something with the company. Same with Nigel.
I'm fine with him being behind the scenes and being creative. I do think he is a creative individual, but I never was a Chris Hero fan.
Yeah, but I like the idea that someone who paid their dues and did a lot with that whole group of guys and just never really got his shot is part of the business and making a living.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. Yeah, I'm cool.
I was happy though that then that those women started beating up Statlander, but I was happy that that Jade came back. I like Jade Cargill.
Mm-hmm. Were you happy that Mark was still with her?
No, because then Mark, I was like, they brought Jade back, and actually the crowd popped huge, and then they immediately turned her heel, which is very odd to me. And then anytime almost anyone comes back, the crowd wants to cheer him, so they probably should have just went with her as a babyface. Yeah. And then you got to put fucking Smart Mark. This was your opportunity to get rid of this fucker.
Well, he's with Tony Nese on
fuck Smart Mark. They didn't re-sign Sunny Kiss. Sunny Kiss way more entertaining than Smart Mark.
I'd agree with that. Yeah. What's next on your notes?
Sarai. I didn't know Sarai actually won the title.
Yeah, she did. That was a great moment too on All In. Was when she won the belt. That did get me. I was a 4-way match, and Britt Baker was in that match as well. I thought they did that really well. Where she turned on Tony because like her mom was holding somebody for her. I think she was holding Britt actually, and Tony came up to give her like a punch, but she accidentally hit Saraya's mom instead. I thought that was very well done. And then the ending, it was like nice to see all the family in there in the UK celebrating her big title win. I thought that was pretty awesome. Top to bottom, that was just a great show, but we're talking Collision. So. But Jackie Jones.
Yep.
Anything else on your Collision notes? Because there's
Um,
the one thing I definitely want to.
They had the Eddie Kingston Claudio promo, and I'm a big fan of both guys, but I mean, you've got so many titles in AEW as is. I don't want to see all the ROH titles defend on the show. And I know it's a big deal for Eddie that he won this Japanese title, but it's just too many titles. It's like, so these two guys are both like fighting for two titles. I love
Claudio in this feud, though. Did you see the promo whenever like he came out and he like wouldn't even look at Eddie Kingston?
Oh no, I love both guys.
Lost.
So, yeah.
And then like he had Wheeler in the back and he started like giving him, he was like beating on Wheeler and he was like, we all beat on Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think Claudio's been great. Like,
oh yeah, no, I love both guys, and it's a great feud because they're so opposite guys. You know, one's like a real great shape, and like he seems like kind of snobbish, and then you've got like the everyman guy. So it's really good feud. I like it. There's just so many titles here. We've been saying this for weeks. Go Tony Storm's new character, great.
It is great.
Someone who I always thought was a good wrestler, but very something missing. Really, I think probably someone mentioned that. And
kind of like the Roderick Strong, how his new neck brace is really getting him over. So, and then I think Tony Storm, she's lacked character, and this has really brought out a lot of character in her, and I think it's great. So, I mean, you got some good things working up in the women's division, and then you got some things that aren't like so great.
Yeah, no, there are like legit good women there. I don't want to say there isn't. I think they've improved. I really think if you showcased the ones that are really over and good and stuff, and really just had the one title, I think it would improve the division. The guns and Collision has fallen into a problem that WCW had, and that is where the luchadors, instead of being like, oh, these are cool, oh, wow, we're going to see some luchadors, it's almost like, oh, here's some job guys. Because besides, even though I wouldn't say Penta's a jobber, and besides him and like in Phoenix, even though he lost, it was clearly not a job guy. Besides them, like anytime you see a mass lucha guy, they're just fodder for the other stars.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that they could utilize them a lot better and make them feel like they are threats whenever they come out there. But I knew Penta wasn't going to win that match against Joe.
Yeah, that's a little different. I don't think that's it. But these guys, Gravity, Aerostar, and Dios del something or other.
Boy. Conan gives Gravity. He really talks bad about him. He really doesn't like Gravity. He says he's just really green, and that his walk out to the ring where he's walking on space is corny.
It is bad. When Joe mocked him, that was pretty awesome a couple weeks ago.
I'm in Gravity's corner though. I kind of want him to prove Conan wrong. I want him. For some reason, I think he's got some issues with Gravity. I'm rooting for Gravity, so keep doing what you're doing, Gravity.
Chin up, tits out, and watch out for the shoe. That was pretty funny, I thought. Then what do you think about the hot, flexible wife? I didn't understand this.
I thought it's a strange promo. I mean, it's a strange angle, I should say. And I'm not getting it, but I am curious to see where the hell it's going.
I agree.
Miro is like a psychopath.
I love Miro.
I think he thinks he's like a god of war or something. And then Lana, or CJ Perry as she's called now, she's just
did they say her name at all? I don't think.
I think they just said CJ Perry, I think. I think is when she came out. And she made the save against Will Hobbs, and then it was strange.
Yeah.
But
I'm a big fan of her, so I'm glad that she's going to come back as a manager.
Her promo totally it brought back like, oh shit, she was a great talker, you know, and she cut a hell of a promo.
That was her strength.
I'm curious to see where this goes.
Made no sense to make her a wrestler and not a manager. Great manager and not a good wrestler. Made no sense. So I'm glad. I think it seems like it's going to lead to her managing someone against Miro, but we'll find out. Miro is my god. Now, yeah, I'm a huge fan of Miro. Kenny, I wish Tony Khan would figure out what's going on with Ring of Honor. Yeah.
It's kind of just because it's like you said, you don't want to see all these titles from Ring of Honor being defended, and it's like, where's some title defenses on Ring of Honor? Because I'm paying for that program. It should be a knocked out program, and it's like we're not really getting that many like big title matches. It just feels like, here's somebody going up against a jobber, basically. Which I know it seems kind of like a developmental, but if I'm paying for it, it shouldn't be a developmental.
But that's like death if it's just developmental. Make Rampage Ring of Honor show. I think the thing is TNT won't allow it.
No, TNT don't want it, I don't think.
This is the first time I saw the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn's title, which I was a big fan of.
Oh, yeah, the scissor title. Yeah, oh, my God, that's pretty awesome, yeah.
And I'm glad that they won the 6-man. I didn't know that, so I was glad that they won the trios title.
Great stuff there.
Good Lord. Angelico's back. No, I'm sure this is a nice guy, but good Lord.
He's been on Ring of Honor. He hasn't gone anywhere.
When that started,
I like
Angelico.
I like Angelico. They're their Spanish announce project. Him and Luther, Dr. Root Luther, your boy.
He should do a train spotting gimmick, because isn't he just like a heroin addict? Or is it that? Or I don't know. What's his gimmick?
No, I'm not sure, honestly. I did. It was one of the best lines ever by Ian Riccaboni when, like, he said, "Does Angelico know what song is being played right now?" Like while he was dancing. I swear, Ian is funny, man. He cracks me up all the time whenever I'm hearing some of his commentary. I'm just.
Why don't you just know this dude?
You think he would let me? No. He's a married man. He's happily married, and I don't necessarily because he says it all. He mentions his wife all the time on the program.
Yeah, but that's a sign of he's overcompensating. I think you can sneak in there.
Quit hating on Ian Riccaboni. This is blasphemy.
All right, so AEW. Enough with tournaments. I like tournaments, but you can't have tournaments constantly, nonstop. And enough of the Open Challenge. You already have Statlander doing the Open Challenge, and now they're calling it whatever they want to call it, but FTR is doing Open Challenge. Enough. If you don't have feuds for all these titles, don't have so many titles. It's already confusing because Adam Cole and MJF finally won the tag belts, and they want him to win the belts, but then it's like not even the AEW belts. And it's like, well, who are these guys? What belts are these? There's too many belts.
Yeah.
Enough with the open challenges.
They do go to the well with that a lot, open challenges and tournaments. Because we always have an ongoing tournament at some point.
Yes.
So.
Fantastic matches. So we had all these job matches with fucking guys like Angelico. And then we had a great match. Darby Allin.
Roderick Strong.
Mm-hmm. Luchasaurus attacked him. Did kind of a weak version of the lawn dart. It wasn't nearly as good as Nash's on Rey Mysterio. Mm-hmm. So I figured we weren't going to get a match. I was like, oh shit. All these job matches, we won't get the match I want to see, but we got it.
How great is Christian though? He's talking to Nick Wayne, and he's telling him, "Say hi to your mom for me."
Oh, he's great.
It's just like he was like, "I must apologize to you because your mom was in the audience," and he's just like trying to hit on the kid's mom and
like your
I'm
dad.
Sorry that gets a pop out of me. It was pretty awesome. So,
and I finally saw your dad wrestle, and he's just like this bum.
He was a lot worse than I thought he was. It's terrible shit that he's saying, but I can't help it. It's some of the best promos you.
I love it. Yeah.
But Jackie Jones. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I agree with this too. Swerve Strickland, great as a heel. I was never into the guy. I love this stuff, but they finally made. I actually really liked AR Fox, but he was always missing something. They found it when they put him with Swerve, and then they took it away, and now the storyline is dumb as shit because they violently attacked and destroyed Nick Wayne, which was a great angle, and then 2 weeks later. Swerve's like, yeah, I don't want you in the group anymore. And then just these dumbasses are like, oh, that's okay, you're our buddy again. What?
Well, Nick hasn't totally taken him back yet, but I do think it's stupid. I understand there's something wrong with AR Fox's visa or something, or his passport.
But does that mean they just couldn't they just say, oh, well, you're not on this match?
Yeah, I wish they would have just left it okay, well, you can't be involved in this match, but we're going back to this angle, not punish him. Because they had a hell of a storyline going on there with these guys. And that seemed like that was really going to get Swerve and AR Fox over. And then it just got destroyed. I mean, they shouldn't have done that. I know if they want to punish the guy, do something else. Don't ruin it for all the fans,
I agree 100%.
But yeah, that's shitty. I was into Swerve, and now it's like, damn, he's like, it's kind of like with oh shit, Ricky Starks. He's starting all over. Swerve's starting all over because his storyline's been crumpled.
Yeah.
So. And that was good stuff. That was a hell of a match, that coffin match, man. Christian Cage did great, and it was good stuff.
Bryan Danielson with the hell of a promo. Talking about, promising his daughter when she turned 7, he would start to wind it down, and she's just 8 or whatever, and she's 6. That was a year. Anyway, the gist was a year from now he'll be... Some people take it that he said he would retire, which he did not say. He said he would start to wind down his career, which I think means he won't be like a full-time wrestler. But either way, very powerful stuff.
Jack, I think it's kind of a shit move to put your retirement on your daughter. And he's going to say that his career's over because his daughter's asking him to do so.
That's a great heel move.
It's like, what the hell is up with that?
What if he came out and said, I'm coming back, and he just kicks his daughter in the face?
And the fans, they want to see Bryan Danielson wrestling in AEW for a long time.
Screw your daughter.
Well, they can't chant that. That's no.
Go to hell, his daughter.
And Jack, I hate to do it, but I have a solution to this problem. We can have Bryan Danielson wrestling in AEW. And it's unfortunate, but I'm going to have to do it again. Birdie Danielson, no more birthdays.
Hot damn.
No more birthdays for the rest of your life.
Damn.
You are confined to being 6 years old for the rest of your life because your father messed this up for you.
Damn.
So you can thank your dad. But it's not happening. I'm taking away her birthdays. Just like that good for nothing Bryce Remsburg. I take pleasure in the Bryce Remsburg birthday cancellation. This one I don't take pleasure in, but it's the only solution.
I thought you were going to go back in time and get Bree on birth control so the daughter's never born.
No, that would be crazy. I'm just taking away her birthdays.
All right. That makes more sense, I guess. And Troy had brought up here, I'm excited. The whole internet is excited. Enterprise started shooting his TV. Bryan Danielson versus Zack Sabre Jr., the two best technical wrestlers in the world. Boom. Big time.
Back in the past, when I was hating on Zack Sabre Jr., he was doing a lot more of that, just like nonstop submission stuff. He doesn't do that as much anymore. And he's kind of being smoothed over with me. I'm not going to say he's totally in the clear, but he's working to be in the clear. That's what I'll say. Working to be in the clear. I don't hate birthdays. I just had to take away. But he
hates children.
I had to take away Bryce Rimsberg's birthday because we share a birthday, and he ignored me whenever I told him we share a birthday. And now he gets no more birthdays. So, Birdie, if she has any more birthdays, her father's going to retire or just scale down his matches. Either way, I don't want that. I think it's a good sacrifice just to give up your birthdays and be 6 years old for the rest of your life. Damn. Isn't it?
Incher hates a birthday.
Or she's 5, right?
As much as he hates the baby.
She's 5, right? I think he said when she's 6 he was going to scale it down.
I thought when 7 and she's 6 now.
She's 6 now, and then, okay, well, she can just be 6 years old.
This is like Interview with a Vampire, when you just make the kid like a child for eternity.
I guess, yeah.
Would they, if you take someone's birthday away, do they stop aging?
I'm kind of new at this.
Yeah,
so
we'll see.
We'll see.
With great power comes great responsibility, Incher.
Yeah, I'm just flying by the seat of my pants here.
First, you're stopping, Lexar from jerking it, and now you're taking away people's birthdays. The child's going to be 6 forever?
I think you can get behind me on this, because you want to see Bryan Danielson wrestle, right?
He's all right.
You don't want to see him wrestling?
I mean, there's other ways to get around this. I just say he just turns heel and kicks in the face.
He made the stipulations. He's putting it on his daughter.
Kick her in the face. Kick her in the face. It says right here, kicking heads in the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, since 1999. Boom. Heel turn. He comes out, kicks his daughter in the head.
I asked Steve Corino about that.
Gives her her first concussion at 7. Her birthday, they have the in-ring birthday. Everyone thinks he's going to retire, and he says, I love this too much, and boom, just kicks her in the head.
That line was birthed on a match between Bryan Danielson and Steve Corino. I asked him about that in the past. You're going to get your fucking head kicked in line. That's what it was back in the day. He has to tone it down for television. But
look at this.
Bam.
Synergy.
See? You don't want him to retire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kick her in the head. You don't even have to kick her in the head, I guess. I mean, I don't want Tony Khan fearing for his life, so he could just turn heel and stick a piece of cake in her face.
The cake face.
Take this, birdie. Ah! Danielson wanted to kick her back into the womb. Whoa!
I don't know if that would work like that.
Honky Tonk Man.
I think he would probably be
the Intercontinental Champion of all time.
If he did something like that, he'd probably be put in jail, and then we'd get no matches.
Yeah, maybe he could go on he could wrestle Buck Zumhoff.
The prison match.
Yeah. Bring in Nails. Nails like, wait a minute, that was just a gimmick.
I wonder if there has been a match worked in prison before, like between.
Oh yeah,
inmates.
But that's a little different kind of wrestling.
Well, I'm talking like what we know as the wrestling. There's got to be a time where 2 wrestlers were in the same prison at the same time.
Yeah, we'll have to look this up.
Yeah. What is all this?
My Sting doll's talking in the background.
Oh, I didn't know what that was.
He just does that sometimes. But look, if you do this will... He's getting pinned.
You're shoot, pin, and Sting.
You may have won this time, but I'll be ready next time. Winter is coming.
Why is he saying winter's coming? Isn't that a Game of Thrones thing? I guess they did that
remember
for when he was
winter, and
coming
then it
in.
would start to used to snow. Whatever happened to the snow?
I guess it got expensive.
That's not exactly how this works. Birdie is sick forever if she's born on leap year day. I mean, that's not exactly how leap year works.
I think everybody can get behind me though. Just we got to cancel Birdie's birthdays from now on. Just no more birthdays. She's 6 years old for the rest of her life.
You say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too, yeah. What do you think about that tune, Incher? Just made it up right now.
Oh, I've never heard that one before.
I know, because I just made it up, bitch.
Hell yeah. I like it.
All right. Should we start taking Zoomers?
I love the Zoomers.
I'm very... I got like an
Video
hour sleep.
callers.
I got up real early. I went to the casino.
Yeah. You're sending me
I
pictures,
won some
man.
pesos.
What?
Like $400.
I think you'll be happy to know that Swax has been informed of the show today.
Jesus Christ. Where's my
Swax has been informed whether he shows up or not. It's beyond me.
Man,
But Swax has been
I
informed.
don't have any weapons down here to off myself.
So don't think that I didn't go out there for you and try to get Swax on the show. I did. Maybe we got to pay him like the wrestlers nowadays.
Good Lord. I would legit quit the show if I had to pay Swax. I'd honestly, it's no joke, I'd be more likely to pay Swax not to talk to me. I mean, he's a good guy.
How much do you think you'd have to give him just to hang the phone up? Like,
oh, jeez. Well, honestly, I'd just hang up on him.
I mean, you won a bunch at the casino, so you could probably afford it right now. Just ask him, like, how much would it cost just to get you to hang up?
Swax that ass. All right. We're going to send it, if you're listening with your ear holes at a later date. This is how it works, folks. If you want to be part of this show and not just a bitch sitting on the couch, just not a bitch sitting in your living room, not just a bitch in your underwear in your bedroom. If you want to be a man, if you want to be a woman, if you want to be a real Headyverse Hall of Famer, what you do is you get on YouTube or you get on the Facebook group when I send out the link and you join the show. You know what else you can do if you'd like to help out the show? You can join the Headyverse group here, help pay for all these costs, and help us out. You get cool stuff. You get to use the 8-bit emojis. You get a badge. At the very low end, you also get Jackie Jones archives. And if you want to become a Hall of Famer, you will get remastered original episodes of In Your Head. And you can go all the way up and get yourself a producer credit and get your name right here on the show, like El Santos World and Brian Matthew Clatta. And if you don't want all that and you just want to help out, you can Venmo the Headyverse at Headyverse and get some cool stuff like our eternal love and a thank you on the show. So before we start talking to these fine folks who are zooming in through not Zoom, shout out to Headyverse members Travis Sandal, Deadpool on YouTube, Stephen Butler, Hall of Famer Steven Simmons, Simply Ravishing, Monkey B of Schiavone.
There he is.
Deadpool on YouTube, who's actually a Hall of Famer. I said Headyverse member. The Geek Getaway, Craig Jolly, Tech Dingoes, and our producers, Brian and Matthew Clutter, and El Santos World. Yeah! ha, 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 ha. Hey, bitch, you know what? Asshole, I'm going to call you an asshole here, Lexar. Why don't you use the money? Who do you think pays for all this stuff, asshole, for 20 years? I don't think it's out of line to ask if people would like to help out with the show, if they would like to donate some. And I ain't saying you got to, because this show's absolutely free. So stop being a bitch and stop being a little asshole. And if people want to help out, say, hey, thank you for helping out and supporting the show that I'm part of every week. Bitch.
There he is.
There's the little bitch right now.
The direct CM Punk route. And not,
right.
yeah.
What? Bruce-a! Bruce-a, Bruce-a, Bruce-a. Bruce-a, Bruce-a, Bruce-a.
Hello.
What is on your mind, Vic Schiavone? I believe you were the first caller.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, Jack.
Good to see you, Steven. And Vic Schiavone. Well, I was adding him in.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Andrew.
Hey, what's up, Vic?
You're wrong
Vic?
about Tony. You're wrong about Tony Khan, but okay.
I'm 100% right at all times. I'm just going to tell you this, Vic.
He's got
If Birdie has a birthday, which I have canceled, and you pull out that birthday bear, we're going to have some heat. We're going to have a lot of heat.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Wait, I'm trying to tell Swag to call in right now.
Fuck Swag.
Swags. How could you be mad at Swags? I mean, you said he looked like Santa.
I know. Well, he's not here in front of me. I don't want to see him. Then I feel bad. I'm like, oh man, look at this fucking guy. But if he's out of my sight, he's out of my mind, and I'll remember there's Coey. And then I think, oh my God, it's PTSD. It's like I'm back in Nam. Swax is the Vietnam War of in your head.
I can't read that.
So he's stalling.
I said, you can call in now. We need the Swax. We need him.
It's kind of like
What's he gonna say? He's like, oh, you should do it on this other night. You should do it from my house.
I know he probably will.
You should do it from my living room.
He'll probably call in just to tell us we should do it on another night.
Is Swag Stalin or Mussolini?
Is he Stalin or
Like Mussolini, Kennedy, like Swax and ass, and Lexar. All right. So,
Brucey the cat.
Brucey the cat.
not the ghost. But Bruce the cat. Vic, I'm sorry I interrupted you though. This is your part. You can say what you want.
Inches wrong.
No, he's not saying. I think you realize the error in his ways. 100% right.
Now, one of the things I guess in wrestling this week that I thought was the most stupid was comments by Vince Russo.
Wow, that's a shock. Vince Russo said something dumb.
I don't know if you saw that about because they brought Chad Gable's daughter was there for the match with him and Gunther, and he lost, and she was crying on the air, and because somebody showed real emotion at a wrestling match, that was too much for.
Like this is, I cannot take this.
For
Where
Vince
is Kane fucking a corpse? That is what families want to watch.
Oh, to be fair, that wasn't one that he wrote. That was I think that was all Triple H, honestly.
Where is Intra's boy from Team Canada shitting his pants?
Yeah.
Oh, that one was bad. Petey Williams crapping himself. Bad.
Yes, I don't remember him being worried about Petey Williams' kids about that, about
Hmm.
how they would go to school and be made fun of because of their dad at a pay-per-view.
Put the crying baby on a pole.
Has he ever done, Vince ever done anything like with the
Bro, I gotta be honest with you, bro.
Did he bring Reed Flair in, or
She's a human being, bro.
I don't know if he was there at the time.
She's a human being, bro.
Anyway, good stuff on Raw. I'm not going to steal Toronto's Stevie's thunder because he's going to report on that later. But good stuff at the ending of the show this week.
Spoiler alert, if you ever see that deflating balloon, watch the main event Raw.
Oh my. I haven't watched Raw, so I was bad. I kind of been skipping Raw. I watched SmackDown last week, but didn't see Raw.
Inches wrong. It's a repetitive song.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that anymore. Would you?
Because that's us. He's so wrong.
How much do I got to pay you to put that down? I mean,
super chat me $5. I'll just say 50, but that might be pulling. $5 and I'll put this away. $10 and I'll sing all day.
Andrew, let's go to his house, take that guitar and smash it over his head like
Look
Jeff
at what are you
Jarrett.
gonna be CM Punk all over here?
No, Andrew's
He's
Jeff
out there
Jarrett.
like CM Punk is a meanie bajini and he should never put his hands on another human being. And he's like, I'll fucking punch you. Let me go get my gun.
mm-hmm. I'm not sure what the Geek Getaway's getting.
That's very true. If Intra wasn't wrong, then we would know the end was near. So it's like all is right in the world, Intra. It's like a comfort blanket. You know, it's something comfortable, and you just like, you know what? The end of the day, everything's all right. You know, I spilt the milk. I lost my baseball card. I lost on a game of Dig Dug, but I know everything's going to be all right because Inch is wrong.
No, I'm always right. 100% right at all times. See what you got started here, Vic. See what you did. I hope you're happy in yourself. Jeez.
I am.
Last night, Incha quit the show. I remember singing. That was a good tune. I need to learn to play this so I can do some rockin' tunes on the show. I mean, learn to play it even better than I already have mastered it. What is on the mind of Vic Schiavone before Incher rudely interrupted him?
Was he done? I just didn't know if he was. I don't think he was done. Was he?
Well, Incher, he's begging fucking Swax to call in and drive me to go back to drinking. He's trying to get me to fall off the wagon. I'm gonna send the link to the lovely, the charismatic, the intelligent. Who am I talking about, Lexar?
Geraldine.
There you go. Now we've got multiple Steves on the line.
Toronto Stevie's having connection issues, he said. There he is.
All right.
There he is.
Conniption fit.
Oh, don't know what's going on here, but I'll...
Well, hopefully you'll be good for the rest of the night, especially for the Raw report.
Intra needs to quit and start in your head Wolfpack. It's like, oh my God, Intra's red and black.
Mm-hmm. Wolfpack is back to cause mass destruction.
Exactly.
But the In Your Head logo is like red and black already, so.
Boom. So it's a double swerve.
Bruce?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good. How are you, my man?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Hell yeah, boy!
I don't know. I've just been watching like those wrestling like update shows all week, but I haven't really learned much. I don't think.
Like the Control Center?
No, just like a
Mean
lot of.
Gene here at the Control Center.
I wish Mean Gene was still around. I'd watched a lot more, but
Sean Mooney.
he was pretty cool. I liked him.
Mean Gene, former guest of the show.
And Bobby the Brain.
Bobby Brain, former guest of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Mooney. Did we ever talk to him?
1, 2, 3. If you catch my drift.
But yeah, I don't know. I bought this like cool body bag thing.
Uh-huh.
It's like
You bought a body bag.
yeah, and an inflatable person to go in it. So it's
Like
pretty
a
cool.
like a sex doll. So you're like doing some like
it could be. It doesn't have any mouth holes.
this is like
but
necrophilia masturbation going on, is what you're saying.
I mean, I can like come on it if I want to,
Damn.
Jeez.
but I don't know.
Whatever you're into, but you know what, Incher? It's safer to bang a blow up corpse than to go dig up, like someone's grandma.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. But I also found this other like burlap sack too. It's
What's like a child in it?
No, it has like an albino squirrel. That's what I call it.
Oh, I thought you like a.
No, it's like. But then I was like, yeah.
I thought Vic
one
was
second.
like, I don't want to be seen with this anymore.
Nah, wait 1 second. Here, it has like sensor things on it. Here.
So it says potato sack.
Yeah, it is like a tiny potato sack, and you're supposed to hold it. But
what did Taz used to call
one
people's
second.
balls? Used to call them the
Yam bags.
Yam bag.
But you're supposed to like, I don't know. It starts meowing after a while or something.
You just have like a cat in there. You just beating a cat in the sack.
And like you're supposed to like hold it and anyway. But then I found this bigger sack with a thing in it, so
I got a bigger sack here for you.
that's cool. I don't know. I got this at like a Salvation Army, and then it went off in my backpack, and it was like meow.
What the hell?
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what I've been doing. So
Man, that was all on Raw. Did we just spoil the Raw report?
Yeah. Did you guys see my flies? Like little. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, it was cool.
I saw a few of them. That was some crazy videos. Like you had was it Eminem music? Or
I don't know. There was some weird rap. I did a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna do more wrestling stuff. I did a Michael Hayes like
Why
thing for
can't
reals.
Children play in school.
It's the "You Look Better When I Drink" or something like
The
that.
greatest mind in the history of wrestling.
Yeah, and it's all like really like distorted, ugly people pictures. So it makes his singing even worse because he's singing like off key the whole time, and it's like distorted faces, so you can hear that he's singing really bad.
Bruce,
like
what you just said just doesn't even compute because everything is beautiful in its own way.
I hear his voice when I remember him. He sings that right. Like a
Guitar Zam! He's a guitar man!
Anyway.
Look, boom, look at that.
Yeah,
I made this was my big merch idea, yam bags. This was the Taz yam bag. What do you think, Itcher? Should I make these? What do you think?
You can make a cornhole out of it now. Instead of, you could just flip
like
it.
like the mouth could be the butthole.
No, I mean those could be the cornhole bags.
Actual cornhole, right? Yeah,
and then you could have the.
There we go. Yeah, this
on the board you could have that on there too.
We're gonna play this at HeadyCon.
Yam bags. Yeah, we could just call the whole thing yam bags.
Fun bean-filled nutsack. So that was Taz. I designed 2, Taz and the Hulkster. Yam-a-mania.
Wow.
Do a hook one.
Yeah,
update it. Yeah.
Would you buy that, Itcher? That'd be fun. It's like a hacky sack, but it's a ball sack, nut sack.
Yeah, no, actually, I won't.
What?
You could like throw like stuffed Coke cans into Hulk Hogan's mouth.
Whoa! The Brian. It's not. Oh, that would be good. Brian Knobb's butthole can be what we throw the yam bags into.
Nice.
It all comes around. Yeah, that's one to keep it to wrestling.
Heck yeah.
Maybe I could put that on a t-shirt. Would you wear the yam bag t-shirt, Lexar? What's on your mind, Flexi Lexi Puddin' Pie? Geraldine said she's going to hop on when she gets home.
Interesting. Well, I read online that Bubba Ray and Devon has signed WWE deals, and Bubba Ray is still wrestling with Impact Wrestling.
They signed Legends contracts.
Yeah, that's what I said. Legends
no,
deals.
You didn't.
What did I say?
Yeah, you just said they signed WWE deals.
I said WWE Legends deals.
You didn't, but that's all right. But I knew what you meant. But I don't think that's I think under the Legends deal they can still wrestle other places. And I don't think they care enough about Impact to be like, what the hell, you can't be on there.
I don't think WWE doesn't care about AEW anymore. That's why they let Edge go. What if he shows up at Grand Slam next week?
I don't think they let him go. But I mean, you can't say they don't care about AEW. I mean, this is kind of ludicrous.
I kind of hope Edge doesn't come to AEW, but if he does, I hope he does something better than what he did in WWE. But personally, I think all of the charisma has been sucked away from Edge by Beth Phoenix, the charisma vampire.
Where do you think she sucked it from?
Whoa, the yam bag.
Probably his asshole.
Whoa. Damn, why are you so dirty? I try not to work blue on the show. That's a good question. Jack, I heard that you possibly have an idea for a product involving the Boogeyman. Is there any truth to that rumor? There is, and I think I'm finally going to unveil this, Incher, on the upcoming Halloween special. So mark your calendars, Halloween special of In Your Head. Never before heard. I'm going to go over my merchandise idea for the Boogeyman. A full 3 hour. I'm going to have point play, whatever the hell it's called. I'm going to have pictures, and we're going to go over this.
Hell yeah.
Are you going to dress in costume? What? Which one are you going to dress up
We should do that. We should do In Your Head Halloween where everyone who logs in has to be dressed up.
You just cut to me like standing outside, staring up at the sky, just like while everybody's in here talking about the Boogeyman.
What the hell? What are you just going nuts or something?
No, that I'll just be outside. I'll be avoiding the conversation.
Stop being a bitch!
I'm not a bitch. You're the bitch.
Well, if you're staring outside looking at the sky, that's a total biatch move. I say, be a man and dress up. Men dress up for Halloween. What do you think, though? Wouldn't that be fun if we all dressed up for Halloween episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
We'd all be wrestlers.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'll be like, I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Hell yeah.
Is it weird that I just happen to have this mask laying here?
No, not considering that it's you.
All right. Anything else on your mind, Lexar? I'm sorry that intro talked over you.
Just paint your face like the Ultimate Warrior.
Boom. You'll have to wait and see. Who would you dress as, Lexar? What's a good wrestler for you to... Schlock? There is no God, only Lexar.
Orange Cassidy already had the white t-shirt on, so.
Now you're kind of stealing my deal. You can do it. Get some sunglasses.
See it? I can
get a
see
jean
it.
jacket.
Brooklyn Brawler. That'd be good.
Yeah, maybe cut a hole in your shirt. Get all
Oh, sure.
dirty. Roll around on your canvas there. You still have the canvas on? Oh, I think you got rid of the your banner behind you. Throw it away.
No, one of the nails came loose on the walls, so there's some space here. So I was trying to clean it, and one of the nails came loose. And
Don't get it. Don't cut yourself. You have to
Maybe
get
a
tetanus
mouse.
shot.
Maybe a mouse pushed it out from the inside.
No.
They do that.
There is mice.
They have little tiny hammers. It's crazy.
Whoa! No, you don't have to cock shame the mice. It's not the size that matters. It's the way you use it.
That's just what I heard. Yeah.
All righty. Anything else, Lexar, in your head, in your mind? What is on your mind, Toronto Stevie?
Well, I posted it this week. Rest in peace, former In Your Head guest, Sheik Adnan El-Qaisi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
Now, he was talking about this on the show, but when he worked for Vince McMahon Sr., I guess Vince gave him the Indian gimmick and had him be an Indian. Billy White Wolf, a tag team partner with Chief Jay Strongbow, who is an Indian, but not really. So, but it was too early. Too early. I mean, I never saw him at that, but I do remember his debut in AWA when he debuted, and always enjoyed him as a villain.
Great heel heat.
Wish he had done more. In the WWF rather than just being Sergeant Slaughter's kind of stooge. But
he was a good guy when we had him on. Interesting book. Talked a lot about wrestling, in front of Saddam Hussein. Some crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. He was a good guy. I wish we would have had him on again. Yeah. But I actually tried to get him back on one other time, but the contact never worked anymore. Changed his number. But no, he was a really cool guy. And I think that's an underrated book. I don't think a lot of people talk about his book. Mm-hmm. And I hate to bring this up right now after talking about him, but a real question, how does that make you feel when you see a wrestler portraying a Native American who isn't?
Look, it was a sign of the times, like wrestlers who aren't Russians. This is a territory thing too. I mean, if you want to bring in an Indian, if he's got dark skin enough and he looks like one, you become an Indian. You shave your head bald, you become a Russian. They did that all the time
until they became baby faces and their hair grew out. Nikolai Volkov and Nikita, when they became baby faces, their hair grew out. Mm-hmm. So that's how you tell Incher. If you see a Russian, if he's got hair, he's all right. If he's bald, evil.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, that's true. And then, they only wanted one per.
That's why we didn't talk to Boris Zukov, because he had his head shaved when he was at FanFest.
It's like, damn, he's evil. I wonder what he's doing. Haven't seen him for a while.
Pay him $200 to do the show. He can't be that much.
Then what you got to do, Incher, is what the podcasters call cut the chicken.
Cut the chicken.
So you got, this is your show, okay? Okay, in your head's like this. It's fucking huge. Then what you do is you cut the chicken. So you like, boo, boo, you cut up into, so you got like, here's the interview. Here's us talking about Raw. And then from there you go, ha ha! And then you cut some more and you're like, here's the interview when they're talking about beating up Saddam Hussein. And then you can even cut it down further than that. So it's a 60-second little, and use that as a short. And then you throw these all over the internets.
Yeah.
That is called, I learned this recently. That is called cutting the chicken.
That's interesting.
That's how you're supposed to do this stuff.
Cut the chicken.
And then everyone will listen. Because there's some people who want this long form show, and there's some people who want, a 10-minute clip. And then there's those crazy folks who only will listen to stuff under 60 seconds. Like, I can't listen to more than 60 seconds.
Our 60 seconds would probably just be like, Incher is wrong. And then
Hell yeah, that's a good idea.
That's how you would make them.
I've made some clips of this show, and it's like a lot of just jokes.
Hell yeah!
A whole bunch of jokes.
I only say seriousness. No jokes allowed. No joke zone. Wrestling is no joke, Incher. This is serious business.
It is serious, 100%.
I'll make a no joke cut of this show tonight. see how much there is.
It just be that's what Incher's saying. Just clips of us saying Incher's wrong, and you're like, well, they ain't joking there.
Then I'll just put fart noises over it.
What?
That'll be awesome.
Incher will be rolling in the aisles. All right, Incher. You know what? You're a good dude.
Oh, well, thank you, Jackie Jones.
Boom. All right. Funny equals no money. Go13 saying, he said, that's why I did not join the Headyverse. I said, will not give money to this funny bullshit. All right. You think it's time, Stevie? Are you ready? Are you pumped? Are you feeling it? Are you jumping for joy? Are you throwing babies in the air? Incher, are you ready to shoot your TV screen out of joy with your love gun, not your pistol?
Wait a minute.
And we, after our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the RAW Report.
No, fucking Incher. Guy's fucking funny and smart. Always is right. I like that.
I don't know. I think that guy's always wrong.
What the hell?
Especially when he says,
I'm going to make you fear for your life, boy. Lunge!
Lunge at me?
I need to do that and just like boxes fall on Incher. He just starts getting covered in monitors. What do you think, Lexar? Are you afraid for your life when I do this?
No.
See, you're a man, unlike Tony Khan. All right, RAW Report.
Okay, Monday Night Raw this week comes to you from the Scope in Norfolk, Virginia. Side note, I've been there way back in the 70s.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Back when you were a young man in your mid-40s.
I could see Toronto Stevie now with his bell bottoms on and like a big fro and
smoking a doobie.
He's going to the disco and he's like, get down, get down.
I think I was about 11 or 12 at the time, actually.
Damn, now don't brag.
Jeez.
But are you familiar with a folk singer named Janice Ian?
Nope.
Vic is. Well, my mother was a huge fan of hers, and we took a vacation to New Orleans, and while we were in Norfolk, she took us to a Janis Ian concert at the Norfolk Scope. Okay, Monday Night Raw.
Andrew, what is your favorite memory of Ian McGavin or whoever this person was?
Janice
Ian.
Ian.
Oh yeah.
I don't know her.
The song 17.
Yes,
All
at
right.
17.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
Do a
sorry.
Google search. Do a Google search. You'll find it. Okay, Monday Night Raw kicks off from Norfolk, Virginia, and we get main event Jey Uso coming down to the ring.
Ooh, so
this opening segment, it's almost like, and I'm just speculating here, but it's almost like somebody was watching CM Punk. Somebody was CM Punk inspired. Like Jey Uso became CM Punk because Kevin Owens comes out and he basically says, "Nobody wants you here." Riddle and McIntyre, they don't want you here. And he's
Riddle
also,
me this.
and it just reminded me of the whole CM Punk thing. That whoever wrote this out probably was inspired by this. But anyway, Kevin Owens basically says, he talks about himself saying that he did a lot of bad things to some good people, and that he had to do some things to make a change, and he had to earn respect from people.
Yeah.
But he basically tells Jey Uso, Cody's willing to give you a second chance. Sammy's willing to give you a second chance. But he's got to earn respect. And this brings out
earn my respect.
This brings out the Judgment Day. And they basically tell him, everybody in the Judgment Day respects you, Jey Uso. Dominic tries to talk, but he's you can't hear a thing he's saying because they're booing him.
Boo.
And so basically they get in the ring and they're basically trying to recruit Jey Uso for the Judgment Day. But Jey responds by, I think he super kicks Dominic. And this leads to
Super kick party.
how'd you like that Collision super kick party? Yeah.
Man, you're probably jizzing all over the screen.
So this leads to our first match of the night. Jey Uso and Kevin Owens against Damian Priest and Finn Balor, the tag team champions. And well, this wasn't exactly a good start for Jey Uso on Raw because he accidentally super kicks Kevin Owens, which leads to Kevin Owens getting pinned, get the coup de grace from Finn Balor, and he gets pinned. So winners of the match, Judgment Day. And Jey, when we come back from commercial, Kevin Owens is appropriately pissed off at Jey Uso. So he tells him, go join the Judgment Day and dye your hair purple.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Yep. So,
What if he said okay and he just went and did it?
Right. So we get Imperium, Gunther, Ludwig Kaiser, and Giovanni Vinci showing up in suits because apparently they're going to have a celebration of Gunther becoming the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time.
I'm a big fan of Gunther.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, so that comes later on. So we zoom through another commercial break, and when we come back, we get a rematch of the Miz taking on Akira Tozawa, and the Miz. Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Now, did you know that the Miz? I think he's only won one match in 2023.
Really?
No, maybe two at most. Finally, he gets another win, and he destroys Akira Tozawa. not one, not two, but 3 skull-crushing finales on Tozawa, and he destroys this man.
Poor Kira.
But that seems to be the only wrestlers that Miz can beat are, unfortunately, his fellow jobbers.
Damn.
Well, congratulations, Miz. And it's announced that he's going to face LA Knight on SmackDown. So
LA Knight.
Yeah.
Doing it right.
So look for the Miz on SmackDown. So,
Isn't you right, Vic? Yeah.
Never.
So next
Ginger
up,
is never right. It's a spicy meatball.
okay. So next up, we get Mr. Charisma, Byron Saxton, interviewing Raquel Rodriguez. And this was one of the most wooden, scripted, bad promos that WWE is famous for.
I wasn't watching.
What?
Raquel, yeah. Human beings don't talk like this.
There's a lot of that in WWE.
Yes. This was a classic example of it. But basically, she's talking about her title match against Rhea Ripley later on in the night. It's actually going to be the main event. So, next up, we get Imperium. They're in their suits going to the ring. But before that, we get a quick backstage segment with a woman named Jackie interviewing Shayna Baszler. And basically, we get Chelsea Green. This is when we got Chelsea Green basically recruiting Shayna to be her tag team partner when she's interrupted by Piper Niven returning. And basically, Shayna wants to take on Chelsea Green. So we'll get that match later on tonight. So next up is the celebration for the Ring General Gunther. So they actually set up some columns in the ring. Kaiser gets on the mic and basically tells the crowd to
I got
stand
columns.
up and recognize the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time, the Ring General Gunther. Okay. Gunther makes his way to the ring. And he's on a platform. Big celebration. I don't think he even mentioned the Honky Tonk Man at all.
What?
How could they do that?
But he was speaking German, so I don't know. I don't speak German.
Somebody to translate for us.
Yeah. So yeah, he's making history.
Are you showing dick pics?
He's interrupted by
Candy Crush.
Columns. I got columns.
So out comes Chad Gable to interrupt the celebration. He basically says, well, we had a main event for the ages, but it looks like Gable basically cuts this promo saying that he wants to face Gunther in another match. So I guess this program is going to continue, although Gable has to start all over again. So he wants another opportunity, but we're not going to get one today. But so Gable gets in the ring, and I think Gunther made a comment about Gable's daughter, and then they start fighting. And then they beat up Gable, and then Otis comes down to the ring. They beat him up, and making the save is Tommaso Ciampa. So, yes, last week all we saw of Ciampa was he was going into Adam Pearce's office. So I guess this is what they talked about. Maybe Tommaso Ciampa is a future opponent for Gunther. I don't know. Maybe.
That'd be a good match, honestly.
Yeah.
It would be pretty awesome if Steven just came on and made up a whole role. We're just like, yeah.
Well, with some of these segments, it certainly seems like it. Okay, next up, we get Xavier Woods and Drew McIntyre, and the heel turn, the slow burn on the heel turn for Drew continues because it looks like they're going to have a match again. A lot of people talking and making matches on their own. No sight of Adam Pearce officially making matches. Everyone's just making their matches. Hey, let's have a fight. So we get a quick segment with Alpha Academy and Ciampa, and then we get Xavier Woods and Drew McIntyre. Nice finish. We get a Claymore kick out of nowhere and a pinfall victory for Drew McIntyre over Xavier Woods. And then we get a, for no apparent reason, American Nightmare Cody Rhodes appearance. This just seemed like they had nothing better for Cody to do. Like,
Jack's got something for Cody to do.
So basically, Cody comes down to the ring, and he starts talking. Actually, I think he didn't even get a word out before Dominic Mysterio comes down to the ring, and there's more booze, and JD McDonough is with him, and you think, there's going to be a fight. Sure enough, there is. But wouldn't you know it? Basically, Cody destroys these two guys. I think he Cody cuttered one of those guys and hit the crossroads on the other guys, and he destroyed them. So this JD McDonough guy, I don't know. Most times than not, he's getting beat up. And even Dominic got beat up. So I don't know where this is going, because Cody has already beaten Dominic.
Beat that ass!
Hopefully it's just Vince just biding his time with Cody Rhodes until he's de-pushed and just a jobber.
No,
He's gonna be world champion WrestleMania when he beats Roman Reigns.
I want to apologize for last week's Raw report, because there was something very important that I forgot to mention, which is kind of important. When Jey Uso moved over to Raw, Adam Pearce basically said, well, SmackDown is going to be compensated, so there's going to be a Raw superstar going over to SmackDown. And I was thinking, like, if they're going to make Jey Uso in the main event, they're going to have to send someone back of equal sort of caliber or equal footing. And I really think Cody is going to SmackDown.
Whoa!
I'm calling it now that they're not in a hurry to
Wrestling
name.
will be turned inside out and
Please
upside down.
don't, because I actually watch SmackDown a lot, and it's a good show. I don't.
Nah, you'll love it. You'll be like,
Yes, my boy Cody. Yeah, do it for your daddy, boy Cody.
So they're intentionally taking their time with this. They're not in a rush.
slow it down.
To say who it is. So I think that's why I think it is Cody. I think there's going to be some major announcement somehow.
Can't be any bigger than Cody.
Yep, that's going to be Cody. So anyway, Cody beats up Dominic, and he beats up McDonough. So next up, we get a backstage segment with Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre. And even McIntyre says, I don't trust you. So basically, McIntyre challenges Jey to a match. And I guess they're going to fight next week. So next week, it's going to be Drew McIntyre versus Jey Uso. Okay. So next up, we get basically another squash match.
Wash that ass.
Wash.
We get Shayna Baszler versus.
It's like what Jack does when he sees my fry.
That little tiny squat? That little tiny ding dong?
So Shayna basically destroys
Like a
Chelsea.
tater tot.
So basically, Shayna is now doing the Piper's Pit move that Ronda used to use, and now they're calling it the Exterminatus or something like that.
That's right. I got the Exterminatus.
I'm going to hit you with the Exterminatus!
Next time I smash a bug, I'm going to say that. I'm like, I'm going to hit you with the Exterminatus.
So Piper Niven comes into the ring after the match and attacks Shayna Baszler.
Is Piper Niven still worthless?
Yes.
The greatest.
I'm sorry. Song man.
So Zoe Stark runs down to the ring to make the save, and you get these two. She basically beats up Piper Niven, and Shayna destroys Chelsea Green again with a knee to the face. And so I guess we're getting like maybe a future tag team match of Chelsea and Piper Niven taking on Shayna and Zoe probably next week.
Match of the century.
Should be another squash, actually. We get another Shinsuke Nakamura video segment in which he speaks Japanese. Didn't understand what he was saying, but he was cutting it on Seth Rollins.
Pork fried rice, teriyaki beef.
Seth Rollins does an in-ring segment, responding to Shinsuke Nakamura. I guess he understands Japanese.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
So basically, he challenges Nakamura to another match. This is weird. You have the champion challenging challengers to accept a challenge. Shinsuke's music hits, but he doesn't come out. But there's a backstage segment of Shinsuke beating up Ricochet.
Beat his ass down, yeah.
So basically, he's Shinsuke basically says he speaks English, and he basically says he'll face Rollins, but not tonight. So we get a 6-man tag team match. The Alpha Academy and Tommaso Ciampa taking on Imperium, and this was the return of Tommaso Ciampa to in-ring action. Good 6-man. Actually, this was pretty good.
I loved it.
I always like watching Ciampa when he's just wrestling. Glad he's away from the Miz. Sorry, I'm losing my voice now. Ciampa, he gets Gunther in, I think it was like the Rings of Saturn or the Gargano Escape or whatever. He's a similar kind of move on Gunther. And Chad Gable hits the Chaos Theory, and he does the ankle lock on Giovanni Vinci. And Gunther basically is trapped in this hold by Ciampa. He can't save Vinci, so Vinci taps out, and of course he's pissed off again that they've lost. So winners are the Alpha Academy and Tommaso Ciampa. So I'm skipping over some backstage segments with the Judgment Day because, like I said, they're just on the show too many times. And this is the second week in a row in which they're like on every backstage segment. So next week, there's an announcement of another match for next week. Nakamura versus Ricochet. I expect Nakamura to destroy this man. We get a backstage segment and yet another one with Tiffany Stratton and Adam Pearce. Yes. And so basically they're promoting Becky Lynch just walks in out of nowhere, and they're promoting the match that took place tonight. Becky Lynch versus Tiffany Stratton for the NXT Women's title. And does anybody want a spoiler alert?
Spoil it more!
the new NXT Women's Champion, Becky Lynch.
What? But she
Yeah.
was world champion in the WWE. Now she goes back into time and becomes champion of the developmental league.
Well, apparently she's never
That'll be
won
like
that title
Michael
before.
Jordan's like, all right, I won, all these championship with the Bulls. Now I'm going to go back to high school.
So I guess that makes her a Grand Slam champion. She's won all the women's title belts now, I think. I don't know. You can look that up. Excuse me. And now it's time for the main event of the evening. And can you hear that air coming out of the balloon yet? So Raquel Rodriguez takes on Rhea Ripley for the Raw Women's World Heavyweight Championship. I don't know. Maybe it's because Raquel is, I don't know.
Who?
It was underwhelming as far as a main event.
Ricky Raquel?
Ripley Raquel. Yeah.
Who's that?
Well, if the two had a kid.
Oh, it's two people. Oh, Ripley versus.
So
Rhea Ripley versus who?
So they have a match. It was okay. It wasn't too spectacular.
Inter called me up in the middle of the night telling me how much he loved it.
So Dominic is banned from ringside. That was the big stipulation. Dominic Mysterio is banned from ringside.
Banned his ass.
So Raquel is, I think she was like, she was near the ring apron there. She steps up and she does her corkscrew elbow, but Ripley blocks it. And then there was a frog splash. Rhea Ripley did a frog splash, but Raquel kicked out. Raquel gets baseball slided out of the ring. So where was she? Was she on the ring apron? Basically, there was some individual. I think they were wearing a hoodie, a black hoodie.
Whoa!
This person was big.
Damn!
And when they took the hoodie off immediately, it was Nia Jax.
I like Nia Jax. I know I'll get slack here. Inter hates her. Everyone hates her. I like Nia Jax.
Nia Jax interferes. She basically
Inter hates her whole.
She hurt her hole though.
She basically gives Raquel a Samoan drop on the floor, and when Raquel gets back into the ring, Rhea basically just gives her the riptide and wins the match. Now
she's not like most girls.
Needless to say, I hated this.
What?
I guess it's still too early for Raquel. Maybe Raquel is still not ready for the main event push yet. And judging by this week's show, yeah, okay. But like for Nia Jax to come back, and also when she got in the ring, she basically beat up Rhea Ripley. She gave her that Yokozuna bonsai drop.
Yeah, just dropping that ass right on her.
Yep, she did. So either this is building to, this could go, let's see, Raquel taking on Nia Jax. This could go Nia Jax challenging Rhea Ripley for the women's title, or it could be a three-way. All three of them fighting each other.
She's got her ass right in Songman's face at the moment.
How does it feel, Songman? Okay. I disapprove of all three of these options.
Well, look, if you're going to bring Nia Jax in, you have to have her as a monster. Otherwise, what's the point of her?
Yeah, I think she's going to turn Rhea Ripley babyface if it's a one-on-one.
Well, Rhea Ripley should be a babyface, honestly. Yeah. The fans want to cheer.
Yeah, I think so. But, folks, that's your Monday Night Raw report. I'm giving it a colossal thumbs down because
Damn. I'm giving it a big thumbs up.
Jack loved it.
I like Nia Jax, so I'm saying thumbs up.
I
And I
know.
like was it Ian Jelly Beans, and
Huh?
it was like some singer from the 70s. Wasn't she on the
Janice
show?
Ian.
Janice Ian, yeah. That was a good segment.
Well, that was WWE, but over on AEW, are you guys pumped for more CJ Perry? Because apparently we're going to get more of her on.
Yeah.
We had more of her this week, so it looks like. By the way, guys, are you real? Because Miro seems to think that CJ Perry is not real.
You're not real. I love Miro. He's like I don't know what he is. It's crazy, but it does have me interested where this is going.
Yeah. So I'm kind of intrigued too about where this is going.
I am intrigued.
Yep.
They're always asking us, Lexar, every question. He's like, "Oh, it's it's Dan's birthday. Are you intrigued? There's a new flavor of lollipops. Are you intrigued?" Now there's something I'm intrigued about.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "I got a new 6-pack of root beer. Are you intrigued?" I'm like, nope. But I'm intrigued where this goes. And I'm also intrigued by the return, the long-awaited return. We thought he forsought us. I don't know what the proper terms are.
Forsaken?
He's forsaken us. But he's here, Incher. Incher is telling me that he spit in the face of In Your Head. And I was like, I have faith in the man. And here he is, the long-awaited return of the one, the only, the Headyverse Hall of Famer, Song Man.
What is that?
Welcome back, Song Man.
Yeah, just so everyone's aware, because I know for sure I had to take care of someone that was like a teddy bear, and I'm back just so everyone's aware.
Hell yeah, look at this. I've got a teddy bear right here, a WCW, the final logo WCW teddy bear. Look at that. And just probably a collector's item.
That is pretty awesome. I like it.
What year is this from?
2001.
Yeah, because they only had that logo a short time, right?
Yeah, they didn't have it very long.
It's a Stephen Smith stuffed animal. I don't think there's a date on it. I like it, though. So what's on your mind, Mr. Man, Mr. Song, Mr. Song Man?
Yeah, well, it's just been a hard coming thing with my mom's passing, so...
What? Oh, my God, I didn't know that.
I'm sorry to hear that, Song Man.
Oh, that's devastating. I did not know that. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's been a hard one with August, but, just battling cancer. So
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of hard just because of all parents are now gone. I'm the only one left, so it's a little hard, but I'm getting through it already.
Well,
but it's great to be back.
It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
Yep. It's great to be back in normal. Just so everyone, I miss the guys. I miss everyone with you here. So everyone's here, just watch here, because I know for sure there's no fear ever since talent have disappeared. And I know for sure being In Your Head is always giving me a big cheer.
Oh,
excellent.
That makes me, yeah. So, I didn't know this. Did you go to the New England Fan Fest this year?
Oh yeah, I did. It was totally a blast. Nia Jax was there, and she was really a good one. And yeah, a lot of people there went like Kate Carlisle. I was really surprised about Haku. He's definitely one of the nicest that I've met. Wasn't he on the guest before? I forgot.
No, we never had Haku on. That would be pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, a lot of people totally think. Victoria, Candice, Michelle definitely were the most sweetest I met. There's going to be a lot of people, I'm sure, that's going to be wanting to go. I'm surprised you didn't make it, by the way, Jackie. I thought you made it.
Yeah, I really wanted to. I just couldn't, unfortunately, last minute. But and I was really bummed because it was going to be the last one, and then I saw Joseph Bruin announce it will be coming back next year, and I'm going to try my best to make it.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't catch the whole thing. What was the cancellation, by the way, with the other guys that said they got canceled for some reason? I know, like Tugboat and a couple
Oh, like
others.
a bunch. Yeah, it was. Who's the guy who represents? Is it something gold or something? The guy represents Mario Mancini. I know it's a shock, but that guy
Yeah, I
was
forgot about him.
Scott Goldman is his name. Scott something.
Mm-hmm. Sounds right.
He backed out because they booked Kane, and like he was saying that like no one would go to his people because Kane was there, which really seemed very bizarre to me. So anyway, he backed out and took all his guys out. But he's always been a really shady guy, very dishonest man, so no surprise there. But it worked out, so very good. Scott Wilder, a very low life guy, very dishonest, very deceitful. He sold a bunch of merchandise for Bushwhacker Luke, and then he passed away, and he never refunded anyone for him, so he just took this money. And then badmouth Bushwhacker Luke on a video, which I thought was really poor taste. Just a really rotten human being. But I'm glad that it turned out well, and they found a lot of cool replacements, and I'm really happy that it's coming back.
Oh yeah, definitely. Kane was really a good one. Like, always been a fan of his. There's a lot of people there, just really touching and everything. And I will say, by the way, I wish you were there because there was one guy that almost gave me the you-know-what that changed wrestling, which was David Charles.
What do you do?
The slap.
Oh, really? Oh, man, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
I like to see Songmin get slapped.
Yep.
Oh.
In a fun way. Not. I'm sure you weren't hurt.
Yeah.
Well, you're looking good. Beard's coming in nice there.
No, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. All right. Should we get to these questions?
Certainly.
Yes.
Vic loves the questions.
Yeah, I've been up I only slept about 2 hours in the last day, so I'm trying. I've got a lot of caffeine here, but I think it's starting to wear off.
Uh-oh.
Let's see here. Robert Budzinska. Is it safe to drink seawater?
No.
If you want to die.
If you want to die.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Or just get really sick. Alexas wants to know. A source close to the situation says that the Elite will have a talk and possibly work together in a match if CM Punk. This has already passed, I believe. This was before he was fired and stuff.
Oh, let's see.
Lexar, last night was the last Raw that Vince McMahon has control and minority owner. What's your favorite memories of Vince McMahon controlled WWE Raw? That's a pretty broad question.
So what do you guys think there? So Endeavor, is that the UFC people?
Yeah, I think Vince will have more power, honestly, than ever, or just as much as ever. More power than he's had the last couple of years because, in their view, he is the WWE. No matter what anyone thinks online, or no matter what I think. Do I think Vince is great at running the show? No. But in their mind, he's the guy who made WWE $1 billion company.
Mm-hmm. It was a smart move on his behalf because he was ousted for a while and then he refused
it's really
to come
crazy.
back.
He was, had to retire from his company like in shame, and then like a few months later he's back in control and selling it.
Like Tony Khan was kind of hiding him just so the company looked better, so they could sell it.
Vince?
Not Tony Khan, like Nick Khan. Yeah,
he was feeling for his life, so he brought in Vince to protect him from Punk.
Yeah, but I don't know. They were just keeping him out of the spotlight for a while, just to. Yeah.
Well, it was beyond that though, because he publicly retired. step down from the company.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange. Lexar, Matt Riddle has been pulled out of WWE events because of an incident at an airport. Your thoughts? Yeah. I thought it was a very poor judgment of Riddle to either make light or if he's serious or whatever to say that like a security guy sexually assaulted him, considering he's been accused of sexual assault. So it's probably not like a good thing to be joking about.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
Matt Riddle has just had like a series of just crazy things that he's done and just issues, and it's like I just don't think he's gonna work out in
He's
wrestling.
not a smart man.
Yeah.
If he is like suspended or released because of this, I won't miss him at all.
I will not either. I can't stand the guy, honestly.
Well,
I know Lexar loves him, but
I just heard the report about like how like WWE isn't really too keen on pushing him anymore because he's having so many issues, and then now this on top of it. It's like, geez, bad timing, dude.
He's a goof.
Yeah, he's just this dumbass. He's all high. Him and Intra's all smoking the wacky tobacco.
Him and his like backstage segment with Randy Orton was great.
Yeah.
Bro, I got a great idea, Randy, bro. We should call ourselves RKO, bro, and we should come out in snakeskin boots, snakeskin tights, go rolling around on a snakeskin skateboard, bro. That'll be great, bro.
Oh my god, that's another thing. Real potheads don't talk like that. But this intro was my Forever Award that I won at Genre Blast.
Cool. I like it.
For the movie that embodies the spirit of independent film at Genre Blast. It's the final award. They give out that every year. It's the most prestigious award of Genre Blast. And you could have been there to witness it, but you were like, nope, I got to stay home and play Tecmo Bowl.
Is that the Oscar or SAG Awards of indie films?
Well, our movie is SAG actually, but it is a cool award to win at.
Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Goes up here. People don't know. So on Without Your Head, you get all this horror stuff, and then in your head I drop these down, but. And for probably the next week and through October, I'm going to be putting up Halloween decorations. So the banners will probably go away for a little bit, but they'll be back after the holidays. Probably for a little. Actually, I'll probably be gone for a while because I'll have that, then Thanksgiving, and then Christmas, and then the banners will. So this is the last week you'll see the banners for a little while.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Great Khali appeared at WWE. Did I say this? No. Great Khali appeared at WWE Superstar Spectacle in India last Friday night and said he wants one final match in the WWE. Are you intrigued?
My thing was, did he move back to India?
Who wouldn't? What's his home?
I mean, like he's
like the Lord there. People like worship the man.
But like he just like was happy about getting his U.S. citizenship, and then WWE fired him.
Well, it's probably his friends and family are living there, and they probably honestly do treat him like a god.
But I just think it's so messed up that
that they love doing that. They're
like, as soon as he become a U.S. citizen, and he was talking about how proud he was to be a U.S. citizen.
Vince probably loved that. It's like when Taya Valkyrie, they sold their home and moved to Florida. Then, like the next week, they fired her and her husband.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to her in AEW?
She wrestled. She teamed up with was it Shafir and who's with Shafir? Or she teamed up with somebody. She had a match recently. I think it was on Rampage.
Oh, I see. I've been out of the loop. I've been trying to catch up. I've been trying to catch up for you, Lexar. Grand Slam's coming up.
Tomorrow is the
Booyah.
final match in the finals to crown a new number one contender for the AEW World title. So it's Samoa Joe against Roderick Strong. The winner of that match will head to Grand Slam next week for the MJF. Take on MJF for the AEW World title in the main event.
Joe's gonna kill you. Joe's gonna kill
So
you.
you got Joe. Ninja, who you got?
Joe.
So it's between Joe and Roderick.
Yep.
Yeah,
Whoever
boy.
wins takes on MJF.
I think Roderick's going to win.
What?
I think Roderick's.
Interesting.
What,
I'm
are
going
you
to go with
crazed?
Roderick because it would make sense too. Because he says he's going to win the belt, and it would be up against MJF,
Damn.
and he's already mad at MJF.
MJF. Alright. I'm just texting Dave Deadman. I don't know if you knew this intro. Dave Deadman's back.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Alexa wants to know, John Cena says that he's going to wrestle his last match soon. Are you sad? No.
No, I mean, he's barely around as it is. So.
Plus, you can't see him.
That's true too.
So
It hinders
I
our
haven't been
ability to enjoy.
I haven't been a fan of his in a long time.
Yeah, so when he comes back, is he gonna take on the Miz because of that segment where Miz
That,
beat up
like,
an Invisible
Can
John?
you imagine that's his retirement match if he versus the Miz?
I
I
was
actually
there.
like the Miz, but
I was there at WrestleMania 27 when he wrestled the Miz in the main event, and the crowd was dead silent.
yeah, that match blew.
Update: Swax has read my comment.
Good Lord. Can you
Swax
believe it?
has
We're
read
here.
my
We're
comment.
here in deep conversation, and Intra's over there sexting with Swax. Probably sending dick pics to each other.
Jack's just jealous.
What do you think him and Swax talk about, Lexar, at night?
Probably boning each other.
So, Lexar, I'd expect better from you, Lexar.
Are you intrigued? Damn straight. Now this fuck Swax. I'm excited that Dave Deadman's back.
Mm-hmm.
Horror
Well, I'm excited
Biz
for Dave Deadman too, but
Good man.
Swax is
Swax is a
Swax.
piece of shit. Troy Jones. Good night, fellas. Good night, Troy.
Oh, speaking
Troy.
of past midnight, folks,
All
I
right.
gotta.
The old
I've
man's
gotta
gotta
turn
go
in.
to sleep now.
Yeah.
Good night.
I actually got to sign
See you
out
next
too.
week.
It was great
All
being
right.
back.
Good night,
Strong
John.
man, take it
Night.
easy.
See you.
See ya. Nighty night.
Man, you think they're all getting together and partying?
I think so. They're
After hours.
get rid of us. Like heck yeah.
They're like, we gotta leave Swax and Intra alone for some boning time.
No. You'd be so jealous. You'd be always ducking in, like, what's going on in there?
Man, is he pleasing you better than I do, Intra? This Swax hung not better than me.
Jackie Jones.
All right. Ryback recently got scammed $2,000 over social media assistance. Are you sad?
How
hate
did
to
this
laugh.
happen?
He sent
What?
like money to like the Prince of Nigeria or something.
How'd he get scammed?
It's some woman like, "Hey baby, I love me some Ryback. You want to see my titties?" And he's like, "Hell yeah, baby.
Show me more.
Feed me more." What happens, Lex? Are you gonna give us some deets?
Eats.
Deets. That's what the kids say for details. Get with the times, man.
I saw that article on Twitter, and I thought that's what it is. I saw the article on Twitter, and I thought, what's social media? You get scammed all the time.
Can you
What a
feel
dork.
the love
Lexar felt a
tonight?
bond with the Ryback. He was like, I can understand.
That's true. Would you rather lose money or have people see, doing the hoo-ha?
Probably
with your,
lose money.
boo-boo?
Yeah.
Ronda Rousey. What are you saying, Lexi?
But that'll be devastating too.
Xfinity just scammed Jack. He thought he was going to record the pay-per-view. And they're
Yeah,
like,
get
nope.
rid of money. Now talk to this robot.
Mm-hmm.
Ronda Rousey says she wants one more fight in the UFC. Are you intrigued? That's good for her, I think. I think if people want to do what they love before they can't.
I thought that's why she was leaving WWE to begin with.
Yeah, good for her. A fan was caught taking photos of Zelina Vega's butthole at a recent WWE house show over the weekend. Is that a big deal?
I imagine that happens a lot, honestly. I mean,
Inch's got a whole folder of butthole pics. I remember when we were at the Bourbon Trail. That was, and his mom was calling, and I looked over, and he's going to answer the phone, and his phone saver picture was just a big old butthole.
who, Mitten?
Well, I told you about him doing the mitten, right?
Yeah. You told me.
Oh, all right.
You told the whole Headyverse.
Yeah, I've been wanting to talk about it, but I just thought it was so weird. Oh.
Did he hear that you told what the mitten was?
I don't know. Would
What do
you
you
be
think
proud of that though? Because it is like kind of like a limber deal.
I don't know. I don't think I'd even tell anybody if that I was capable of doing something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he just showed me though.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far either. What do you think, Bruce? Would you be showing people?
So you're saying like where you shove your own dick up your own asshole?
Just the tip, just the head.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the same thing.
This was Jason.
Yeah, he like stretched it. I don't know if he did it. Now I'm trying to think if it was like over his like balls.
I
or if
mean,
it was, like,
are you
around his balls or what? But...
Like I've heard about this, and I mean, I think you could probably break your dick if you try it too hard. If you twist it or turn it or stretch too much.
That's one embarrassing trip to the hospital.
It's on par with the Stone Cold Lupa situation. But I was thinking while we were talking about a good like phone game, like
whoa, we're gonna get hot and dirty after the show.
No, like the game Inter was showing us, like
what
one
him
of those
and
app games.
Swax?
No, just like a game. So it's like where you're wiping poop off of a butthole.
Dang.
Yeah.
What the hell?
What?
And you're just like toilet paper, and you're touching the screen, and it's just like anyway.
And you have to get it all off. So you're trying to get the butthole clean, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're playing it like this, and instead of
and you get little
like
brown marks on the toilet paper.
You swipe left. This is like you're going like this. You're like, oh, I gotta get that clean. Yeah.
Went away. Yeah, just like that, and the toilet paper gets dirtier, and you have to.
Yeah. Then if something gets in the hole, you gotta like, then you gotta tap to get it out. So it's like a tap and swipe game.
Yeah, you have a lot of tools.
See what I'm saying, Lexar?
Mm-hmm.
Bam.
Damn, I bet Dave Deadman's happy he came into the show right now. All this wrestling talk. Mike Tenay and Don West are going to be inducted into the Impact Wrestling Hall of Fame at Bound for Glory. This here is my story. Bound for Glory.
Oh no, he's got the ukulele out again.
Funk Brothers tearing Gora. Bound for Glory. All right. Yeah, that's cool. Don West, yeah, they deserve it, honestly. That was the voice of Impact, the TNA back in the day.
For sure.
Yeah. And he wants to play the wipe the butthole game.
I want to play the whole game. It's fun.
Incher, you want to play?
No, I'm good.
What? You're the video game master over there.
It sounds kind of like
it'd be addictive.
Are you gonna make it, Bruce?
Yeah.
Are you gonna make this game?
I can try. I'll write it down. I'll see if I could do it. Then I'll be like a fucking game developer.
Yeah, sell the
then
app.
I'll make all the money.
Incher will be buying it. All will come full circle.
It'll be like a Flash game. I'll make it
I don't think you
Flash.
I don't think you can use Flash.
I know, that's why it'll be awesome. Wipe the butthole. I'll find an old MySpace app on a CD and try to play it off of it.
Nope,
anyway.
Someone's just joined. I gotta add them in. Who is this?
Swat.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. Swax is here.
Yeah.
Is that Santa? Are you here to ask what we want for Christmas?
The Waxer Claus.
What's up, y'all?
Look at that gray beard and pitch black hair. He's like a cross between Elvis and Santa.
Mm-hmm. How's it going, Swax? Uh-oh. The connection is kind of choppy.
Choppy your pee-pee.
Choppy my pee-pee. Pee-pee from my bungle.
All right, I've changed my mind. Rookie of the year, Swax.
Yeah.
How's it going, Swax? We had the song man come back, and now we got Swax. Hell yeah.
I think his connection's kind of.
I think it froze.
Either that, or
Yeah.
are you all high or something? Is he all pilled up?
Nah, I think it's just his connection's kind of choppy.
He's watching some of the View or something in the background.
You.
That's yeah.
He's watching Kelly matches.
Coey. Now that Jonathan Jackson and Jack don't watch wrestling every week. I was gone for a couple weeks. Live with it, buddy. What do they watch on TV? I watched nothing because I wasn't home. I was making a movie. I didn't watch wrestling just because I didn't want to watch wrestling. I was busy making a movie. I wasn't sitting around watching television.
Oh, we lost the Swax. Dang.
There's more to life than the TV. Lexar, does the college that Bruce's ghost went to had a gaming room where he can play video arcade games?
Yes. Yeah, there's a couple places, actually. They have a Mortal Kombat trilogy game and a whole bunch of other cool ones. Because it's a college town. Trump came here.
Do you play
this
video
weekend.
games, Lexar?
Of course.
What do you play?
I recently bought SmackDown vs. Raw 2005 on eBay and I played it. I just played it career mode.
You're catching up, huh?
2005.
Why?
Yep.
Why 2005?
I'm trying to
I don't
remember
know.
if I have that one or not. Is that the one with?
It has a great roster. Randy Orton, John Cena, Batista, Triple H, Chris Benoit, Chris Jericho, Rob Van Dam, Joey Giovanni, Corey Wilson, Stacy Keibler, Chrissy
Joey
Hemmings.
Giovanni.
Joey Giovanni.
You're like a great roster, and you're like, all these Hall of Famers. Enjoy Giovanni. Nothing against her. She was a good guest on the show.
She had a great theme song for her entrance.
What the hell was it?
Go listen to it.
I'm doing the show, dumbass.
I can't sing. I'm not gonna sing.
Sing it, sing it,
No.
sing it, sing it, sing it. Do you remember an intro, Joy Giovanni's theme song?
No.
Stop sending Swax your dick pics and listen to what we're talking about.
I'm trying to see if I have this one, SmackDown vs. Raw
Oh, I thought you were like,
2005.
I'm seeing if I have his dick pic. This one he just sent.
No.
Are his pubes as gray as his beard or as black as his hair?
No, Jack.
What?
You know you like this call
I was
in.
intrigued.
You know you like this call in.
No, all kidding aside, and all truth, all honesty, that was my favorite Swax call of all time.
Of all time. Yeah, I got SmackDown vs. Raw 2005.
He's got a one-up you, Lexar. You thought, like, I got this game and interest. Go, I have it too. Mine's better.
I got it complete. I think I bought it brand new, too. I might even have the receipt with it.
What the hell?
The receipt.
Look at this. See this guy, Lexar? He can't just let you have this one thing. He's like, I have it. And the box. And the instructions.
I have it.
Unplayed. I never used. And the receipt. And I have the man's hand who sold it to me.
I think
It's in a knapsack.
I think Inch is gonna collect all the SmackDown vs. Raw video games and play them in order.
He's gonna play them in real time. Play a whole season every year.
You're gonna play the GM mode, some exhibition matches.
What happened to the AEW game? No one ever talks about it anymore. Did it just
They just
suck
had
or
one
what?
game. What happened to the Impact Wrestling game?
It was it could be more polished in the areas for sure. It seemed a little rushed, maybe. There he is. Now Swax is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
He's
Yeah,
back,
okay.
and
We
he's
can hear him
better
now.
than ever. Got a knack of doing things better.
Have you been watching professional wrestling, Swax?
Yes, I did.
Damn.
Hell
Yep.
yeah. What's
What
on
are
your
you
mind?
watching? What's Gail Kim up to?
I don't know, and I don't give a shit.
What?
Yep.
Who's your favorite now?
My favorite. She's the CEO of New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Oh, Sasha Banks.
Yep.
All right, that's a good choice.
Yep.
I like Sasha Banks myself.
Yep.
Cool. You going to WrestleMania in Philly? What the hell's he doing now?
I have to see if my cousin's going to be going because the tickets
You know what?
are
You actually
really
look. You
sold out.
actually look just like Mick Foley now, doesn't he?
Mick Foley.
Yeah, look, he looks just like Mick Foley. He likes our nose, doesn't he? Look, he looks like Mick Foley. What is that?
That's a Sasha Banks.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh man, imagine what's been all over that. That's why it's wrapped in plastic. Easy cleaning. Just wipe it off.
Pretty awesome.
Does that have a hole in the back?
Oh, be nice. Be nice.
Dave Deadman. Yeah, I was wondering as well, wasn't it supposed to play like the old THQ No Mercy, WCW versus NWO, etc.? Best wrestling game mechanics ever. I agree.
It doesn't really seem like those games. It seems more like a WWE game, like the AEW Fight Forever. They did release that Stampede mode. I haven't played it yet. I'm not even sure.
Someone said it wasn't very fun. It sounded like that would be fun.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems like it could be like, it wasn't really well thought out.
Well,
like,
maybe when part 2 comes out in
utilized.
2030, it'll be better.
Yeah, maybe. Like, it's not bad what the gameplay, but it just seems like there should be more to it. It doesn't.
I think they should have gone real old school, made it just like tag team wrestling.
That's a good
The
game.
NES.
Mhm.
I like that game.
I liked it too. Let's see.
Swax, are you going to WrestleMania? Or did he answer that?
I think I talked over him when he was answering.
Yeah, I think he said he was going to call somebody to see if they can go.
Oh, your ass better call somebody! Last Saturday morning, Cartoon Network has a reboot of the classic 90s cartoon Tiny Toon Adventures. Are you intrigued?
Tiny Toon Adventures? It was an alright show back in the day. I liked it.
Lex, are you loving Tiny Toons?
The
was
reboot
your-
is kind of meh, but the
What was
original
your-
one is still good.
I think Swax is frozen, or he's just really still.
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
I think he has a stiffy.
There he goes.
He has a stiffy.
What was your favorite Saturday morning cartoon, Lexar?
I hope that really wasn't Sasha Banks in plastic. I thought-
That's
why
how
we-
big
that's why
she
we haven't
is
seen her.
in real life.
Or Swax is just really tall.
Swax is like a giant.
He's like 9 feet tall.
Sorry, you're asking Lexa or something.
Yeah, what's your favorite Saturday morning cartoon?
Lots of them.
Okay, well, like what? Voltron.
No, Pinky and the Brain, Animaniacs, Freakazoid,
One
Batman
is a
Robin,
genius, and the other is insane.
Batman and Robin, Superman Adventures, Sylvester Tweety Mysteries, a whole
Is
bunch
Saturday
of
morning
Sylvester
cartoons-
Turkey had a cartoon.
Tasmania,
Did that have yam
Caulfield and
bags?
Friends,
Geek the Cat.
Ooh,
yeah, Geek the Cat,
That's a good one.
Good.
Dexter's Lab.
Dexter Laboratory 2.
Omelette du fromage. That's
But I'm
all
thinking
you
about-
can say. That's all you can say.
But as I'm thinking about just network cartoons on Saturday mornings, not the cable ones.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Yeah, when I grew up, it was like Voltron and that was a big
I like
one,
Muppet
Voltron.
Babies. Muppet Babies.
Muppet
was my
Babies.
favorite.
Hmm.
Let's see here. When Vic was a kid, they hadn't invented animation yet.
Thanks, Jack.
No, I'm
Actually, Roadrunner was my favorite.
Roadrunner. Coyotes after you.
I buy birdseed,
Roadrunner. If he
for
catches
birds.
you, you're through.
and it looks just like the birdseed from Roadrunner when I feed the birds. Reminds me of that.
Do you ever get Roadrunners coming up to you for some seed?
I've never seen a Roadrunner.
I live on the second floor. That would be pretty awesome.
I live upstairs from you. Yeah, you might have seen me before.
Where would one see a Roadrunner? Like Texas or something?
On Looney Tunes cartoons.
Well, yeah. Let's see. Where do Roadrunners reside?
Is that what they're really called, Roadrunners?
Yeah.
And people like see them like run next
the
to
road?
the car.
Hmm.
Yes.
And then, like, holy
Probably.
shit! There's a portable hole someone just put on the bridge, or don't fall into it.
Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and Southern California.
Did you ever try to paint like a tunnel on a wall of like a cliff, Incher, and try to just drive through it?
Yeah, I did, and it worked.
Oh wow, cool.
Here's a Roadrunner.
Roadrunner, cool. I actually didn't even know it was a real thing, to be honest.
No, it was a real thing? Oh, yeah. It's a real thing. And there's a car named the Roadrunner. Vic used to have one.
Yeah, I gotta tap out, guys.
Good
No,
night.
Victor.
Too much
Vic, there's one more
Roadrunner talk
question I
for
want to
Vic.
ask you.
No,
Brings up bad memories.
No, Vic, there's one more question that I want to ask you.
All right, one more
another-
okay, I'll wait around for that.
Which is better, the Josie and the Pussycats or Archie cartoons? This is the one that he was dying to know what Vic thought. Josie and the Pussycats or Archie? I don't remember the Archie cartoon. I remember Archie more as a comic book.
I would say Archie was better than Josie and the Pussycats.
I'm going to disagree and go with Josie and the Pussycats. Had a good theme song.
Wow.
I didn't know Archie was actually... I remember Archie more as a comic than a...
I think Archie was better because that lovable Jughead.
Just getting all hard from over Jughead. I think you guys are just sexist. You're like, I can't like a show with girls on it.
No, Archie had girls. Veronica.
Yeah, but not in the title.
Oh, Lord.
How can you be anti-Josie and the Pussycat when you're holding a cat? What if the cat hears? You're going to hurt her feelings.
It's a boy.
I wasn't anti. I watched it. The question was,
I'm just being an ass.
which one was better?
So you're just being yourself then, right?
Funny one, isn't it? I know you are, but what am I? All right. I believe now you can go, Vic, because you answered the important question for Alexa.
Have a good evening, guys.
See you,
Good night,
Vic.
Vic. Can Incher do a Kelly impression? A Kevin Kelly impression?
Oh, we're in Bizarro World here in John Moxley's home state, where he wore a Buckeye shirt out to the ring. Kitty wants my headphone wire. No, I don't know. I can't be as boring as Kevin Kelly. It's hard to do.
I like him. I think he's awesome. What's your favorite international channel network?
What's my favorite international channel network? What is an international channel like?
It's like if you.
Sábado Gigante Football y Más.
That's just a show on a Spanish channel. If you will go to like a different country and you hang on.
I know the answer to this because Incher's always telling me how much he loves the BBC. Said, oh man, Jack just got me a load of BBC. I was like, hell yeah. Watching that Mr. Bean. How much football have you watched over the weekend? Football y más. Sábado Gigante. Football y más.
I ain't watch any football.
None.
I don't ever watch football.
Yeah. I usually work during football games because I work in restaurants.
I used to watch all the sports. Well, not all of them. I used to watch football and I used to watch the NFL and NBA and boxing, UFC. Well, yeah, but I don't really watch. I haven't watched. I watch the Super Bowl every year. Besides that, I don't really follow sports anymore.
Yeah.
I have a whole bunch of jerseys I've been selling that I used to wear because I used to wear a lot of sports jerseys.
Yeah, I used to follow every sport. I should again though.
Yeah, I was never into hockey or baseball. I always found both those boring.
Hockey's confusing in soccer.
Yeah, but I don't consider soccer a real sport.
Aw, damn.
Oh man, you're gonna get people
Not for,
some hate
not
mail.
for Americans. Americans every year
I
they
agree.
pretend they love soccer, but no one really likes it here.
I hate soccer. Not
It is
really hate
weird
it.
that-
I don't understand it.
Our when I was in school, we didn't have a football team. We had a soccer team because they said football would mess up the soccer field.
Huh.
Good night,
But-
Lexi.
Nighty
Sexy.
night, Lexar.
But here's one quick note. I do play sports video games, but I don't watch the sport.
Ah, there you go. Like you gotta watch some go play some Tecmo Bowl, but not actually watch.
I had
football.
this UEFA Champions League video game.
No, honestly,
Soccer
that's a
game.
good point. Blades of Steel, great video game, even though I didn't watch hockey. Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel was good.
Yeah, it's fun.
I've got 2 copies of that, Jack. 2.
I've got 18.
I like the
got
fights in the
20.
old hockey games. They were the best part.
Yeah, the Blades of Steel was good for that one too.
Sports do tend to make really good video games, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, football like Tecmo Bowl, but no, like Madden football, great. Blades of Steel is a great one. What was the basketball equivalent of Blades of Steel?
NBA Jam. Well, there was like arch rivals and
Hoops or something.
Yeah, there was a hoops back in the day.
Something or I forget what it's
Jordan
arch
versus
rival.
Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. I like that because you could play the 3-point shootout or the slam dunk contest. I remember there was one that really, it was, Bill Lambier's Combat Basketball, and I remember being so excited about it for some reason. It wasn't fun.
Excuse me.
Bless you. And then, like, track and field. Like, I would never think about watching track and field, but track and field, the video game was fun.
It's fun. The power pad.
I
Did you have that? Where you run on it?
I've got 2.
World Games was fun.
Yeah.
I remember when I won a computer in the 6th grade. This was in 1988. So not a lot of people had home computers. And I was given, you got to choose one video game and one like educational software. And I got World Games. That was fun.
Yeah.
It had like log rolling and cliff diving, bullfighting. It was like made by people made track and field, but it was World Games. It was all these games from around the world.
Oh.
It was cliff diving, bullfighting, log rolling, the timber toss, and I don't know what else. That was fun.
I watched that on TV sometimes. The log,
Yeah.
the lumberjack championship.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, and I used to watch Strongman. That was fun too. They used to show that
Yeah.
on ESPN too. Then I just like, man, I could just beat all these guys.
I think once I got older than like all the athletes playing all the sports, I'm like, I'm not really that interested because I'm never gonna have the chance to be an NFL player anymore. Because I'm like 40. So I'm like, I'm never gonna be in the NFL.
Yeah,
My dream is gone.
I hate the trash your dreams, but you can't just like at 40 be like, I've never played, I'm gonna go become an NFL.
I was gonna try to walk on to the Iowa State football team when I was like 23 or 24. I know, but I never did it. That's one of my regrets.
Or anything?
Yeah, I was. I just went to art school for college.
You're a nerd!
But then after I got out of art school, I was like, I'm still athletic. I might be able to play sports still. And I have college, but I didn't.
You could go play with some friends. Go play.
Yeah,
some
I could do that. Oh, I forgot about that. You solved it.
See?
There you go. Oh, man. I'm okay now.
You want to go? Don't play with Incher though. He'll sucker punch you if he doesn't like the call.
No, we were in an argument, so he would have had to know it was coming.
No, he turned his back. What you said?
No, I never said.
And then he had a
turned his back.
concussion and he died.
Gee, no, he didn't. He's still alive.
Yeah, but he's got brain damage.
No, he doesn't.
Me?
No, some schmuck introduced.
Oh, okay, some other guy. Okay.
Jeez, that's not very nice. Some schmuck I used to know. Goodness gracious.
God, you're so uptight.
No, you need to learn how to be like a decent human being.
What? Just like it's too late for Bruce to go play in the NFL, it's too late for me to do that. If Jack shaved his beard, you look like Gene Okerlund. Now, I'll be honest, I do not see any resemblance between me and Gene Okerlund. I like Gene Okerlund, but I really don't see the resemblance there. All right. God, more questions from Lexa. Adam Cole said that the best thoughts and ideas are from when you're using the toilet, taking a shit. Do you agree?
That's great.
Who knows? That just seems like some hack line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think
Nikhil.
a million people say it.
Yeah, that's not saying just some hacky line, you know? Why does Eric Bischoff say AEW should have fired CM Punk, but W should rehire him? Because he's very anti-AEW and pro-WWE because he wants a job in the WWE and he's pissed off that AEW don't use him. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, fire that bitch! And like, WWE should definitely bring him in. There was 2 open challenge matches on Collision and a third next week with FTR. Isn't that a bit much? I believe I talked about this earlier.
It is.
I should be Gene Okerlund for Halloween. I'll do that. I just need I just need a tie and a jacket. And some cocaine in my pocket for the Nitro Girls.
Don't forget the microphone. You need a microphone.
I got a microphone right here. Boom, intro. I got a mic right here. You want to talk into it?
No.
The Dudley Boys we mentioned. AEW Grand Slam has only sold 6,000 tickets, a 75% decrease. Well, it might be a disaster. I don't know, but also I hear this a lot, and then they sell tickets in the last minute, so who knows? Nick Khan on CM Punk. Listen to what the flower people say. No. He said, listen, we only have respect for Phil. We appreciate his run here. We appreciate what he did and tried to do with the UFC. Not many people can actually get in there and do what he did. So when we have respect for Phil, we wish him nothing but the best. Wow, it sounds like they are going to bring him into WWE.
But the best.
If Tony Khan lets CM Punk go back to WWE, what do you mean? If you fire him, you can't stop him from going back.
Yeah, and the with clause, that means like he can pretty much do what he wants.
I'm against that kind of stuff. Whoever does it, always against WWE doing that, and I would be against AEW doing that. If you fire someone, you can't stop them from making a living and doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Tommy Dreamer captures the Impact Digital Championship media at Victory Road. So he doesn't have to retire. What are your thoughts? Look, in a world of too many titles, that's the first that needs to be destroyed. The digital media. Can you imagine being like, I was a 7-time digital championship media holder.
What if they're gonna make you the digital championship?
I fucking love it. It's the most prestigious title.
Uh-huh.
No, it's like, no, dude, that sounds ridiculous. No, who could honestly think of that, even utter that phrase, and not think this sounds like jack shit?
I saw a picture of him getting it after he won, and it looked pretty sad.
Yeah, well, he was wearing the Terry Funk pants, so I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I guess we won't see any more Jungle Boy wrestling ECW guys anymore, huh?
Probably not. Not for a while, at least.
Prince Nana reportedly signs multi-year contract with AEW. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. He says, Dave Deadman says Tommy Dreamer comes off like a giant douchebag. I agree. Stupid ass double ponytail. He has a double ponytail?
You remember Douchebag?
Oh, yeah. That was
Alu.
Dobbs, I believe.
Oh.
Did you know that, actually?
I know that.
Oh, it was Dobbs. I knew it. I wasn't going to tell. Now I just told. Just like I told everyone about the mitten. I probably shouldn't have told that one either.
As you get older, the secrets come out.
Yeah, did I ever tell you guys about the incher? Horror Biz. Anyone watch the Marty Jannetty Dark Side of the Ring?
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Was it very truthful?
No. I doubt it. I doubt that whole ending wasn't even truthful at all.
Mm-hmm.
Listen what the flower people say. Mike Ozanian, the assistant manager editor of Forbes Media and managing editor of Forbes Sports Money, recently did a study in AEW business of late. Oh, yeah, I read this. And valued the company $2 billion. Your thoughts? Well, yeah, it's worth a lot of money. The TV deal's worth a fortune. And I know people like that, like it's this giant failure, but you just don't know what you're talking about.
That's another reason. It's like that was like one of the biggest attendance in wrestling ever. Was that?
Yeah, and that should be what everyone talked about after that show, and not people fighting and stuff.
Yeah,
it honestly is very unfortunate that became, and no one even thinks of it now. They broke the record for the biggest gate, the biggest, and no one talks about it. They talk about Punk, and that's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
The thing is, back to that question though, people really stuck in the 90s, and they just compare, like, oh well, X amount of people watched wrestling on TV in 96, and now like X amount watch it today, so it's a big failure. But they just don't understand how the ratings work, because just like you couldn't compare 90s TV to 80s and then you couldn't compare that to the 70s, because in the 70s there was 3 channels. So like when MASH has the record, no one can ever beat it because there was 3 channels. And then like when people thought Seinfeld might, and it didn't even come close, it's because we had so many more channels, and we had cable, and now we have DVR, and we have on demand. So the idea that this X amount watches it and that's the only people watch it, it's just not accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think they paid WWE, this insane amount of money for their? I mean, if you just compare how many, I don't know, whatever million people watch Raw in '96 and today, you think, well, then it's a giant failure. But at the same time, it's number one all the time, and AEW a lot of times is in the top 3. So I mean, these are successful shows. You just people are just stuck in a different generation or a different era. I mean, and a lot of things they don't even know how to tell. Or not necessarily don't know how to tell, but like the streaming sites won't give out the information how many people watch these things.
Yeah.
Freddie Prinze Jr. said CM Punk was not nice to him. Okay. I mean, a lot of people say that, and there are a lot of people who like him. I mean,
maybe he lunged at him.
Definitely a polarizing character. Incher just pissed his pants. I'm just kidding, Incher. Because you shit him. I mean, allegedly. Ace Steel was fired again. Favorite
I was going to
memories?
sue you for that until you said that.
Your favorite memories of Ace Steel's second run in AEW?
He can't be serious with that.
That question's my favorite memory of him.
I was surprised they let him go. I figured they would just let him ride out whatever.
It does look kind of. It does look kind of like petty.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
When they just just because that guy's his friend, but I figured they would just say, okay, just let him go, and
we're firing him and your friend too. It's like the Wicked Witch of the West. It's like, and your little dog too.
Which, I mean, I think everybody knows why they offered him that role. But
I think it looks bad. Honestly, it does make you look petty to me. I would have just let it. I don't know how long his contract is, but just like, we'll just let it.
Just pay him and
let it fade.
Don't even use him, you know.
So the Triple H Infinity Gauntlet Part 2 is what? What does that mean? Infinity Gauntlet Part 2?
I don't know.
Kerry Sane, Brian Pillman Jr., Nia Jax, the authors of Pain? What does this mean? I don't know what that means. Who will win? Samoa Joe. We did this one. Today's National Video Game Day. What is your favorite video game?
Like ever?
Yep.
I guess I'll go with Castlevania.
Castlevania's fun. Wouldn't be my favorite, but I like Castlevania. I really like Legend of Zelda. Oh, no, my favorite's actually Super Metroid. I think Super Metroid's just a great game.
That's a really awesome game. I like Final Fantasy 2 for Super Nintendo, but it's Final Fantasy 4. But it's Final Fantasy 2.
Ocarina of Time, Zelda Ocarina of Time's a really good game, too. All the Zelda games, probably. Zelda 2's not that great, actually. But
I like
the
Kane.
Super Nintendo.
Kane in the second Final Fantasy. He was a good character.
You know what? I never played a Final Fantasy game.
The Super Nintendo one was really good story and
I don't know why.
Easy to get into.
I love Eddie Kingston, but I don't care for. Yeah, I said this earlier. I'm worried AEW Collision will become another Dynamite.
Looks like that's the case.
Yeah, I hope.
I mean, they're just having all the people who work on Dynamite just come.
Yeah, I was against the brand split originally, very against it, but I actually thought it turned out really well because I like having two shows feel different, because if they're both exactly the same, then you run the risk of like, oh, it's just so much of the same show, no matter how good it is. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's like 4 or 5 hours of the same show. Where if they really feel like different shows, it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
It was really smart when they made NXT the cool third brand, because it wasn't like, oh, I'm watching more WWE. It was like, oh, this is a completely different show. I'd like AEW to bring back Dan Lambert. Oh my God, Nikhil.
I like Dan Lambert.
I fucking hate that guy with all the fiber of my being. I wish to never. I don't wish him ill will, but I wish that he never appears on my TV or in my vision ever again. Or I never want to hear him, never want to see him. No, I don't even want to hear about him. But I wish him well. Devon Dudley admitted there was a prominent figure in WWE, I should say that he was Office, that basically told me that he didn't like me because I was black. 2 occasions he told me. Bubba was there on one of them, and Bubba was there on the second one, along with Paul Heyman, Tommy Dreamer, and Spike. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Because that would be like in the 2000s, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that, you think like that's like somebody would tell somebody in like the 60s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to think they would say something like that nowadays.
If you had to guess who it was, who would you guess? Weird. I can't imagine Michael Hayes saying it. You would think it would have to be somebody they had to have fired eventually, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But if they did, wouldn't you think he'd just say who it was then?
Yeah, they're probably still there.
Wow.
I'm going to say it's probably
Linda McMahon.
No, I don't know. Linda McMahon. Geez. Yeah, it's like I don't think it would have been Michael Hayes, but that's like the only name that comes to my mind.
I know.
It's I don't think he would say that though.
I swear I've seen him like having like black girlfriends all the time and stuff too.
You couldn't be very smart to say it. It seems like you'd have to be someone from another era, so someone really old. You know what I mean?
I think that's why we're drawn to Michael Hayes because he does seem like he's stuck in another era. But
yeah, or it's someone that was really like
Bruce Pritchard or something.
No,
let's say Johnny Ace.
Fuck Johnny Ace. Let's say Johnny Ace. Tony Atlas.
He wasn't an executive then. I don't think he's ever been an executive.
I'm just wondering if there's any executive there that was like around forever. You know what I mean? And then like was there till like in the 90s. Because to me it would have to be someone like that was prominent like in the 60s or something. According to PW Insight, I guess there's people there.
The whatever Tunney, Jack Tunney.
Jack Tunney. Mario 3 was close to gaming perfection. Yeah, that's true. Great game.
It is a great one. But, there's several games you can say, but it's like you have to just pick one.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Could it be Duck Hunt?
That's a fun game.
According to PW Insider and other outlets, Adnan bin Abdul Karim Ahmed Al-Kasi El-Farthi, better known to wrestling fans as General Adnan, Billy White Wolf, and Sheikh Adnan Al-Kasi, has died at age 84. Yeah, we mentioned this earlier. I did not know his name was that long. I hope this Wrestling Dream pay-per-view is a one-off. AEW needs to go back to the original 4 in Forbidden Door. No, I kind of like it. And from what I understand, they're going to be going to monthly pay-per-views because they make a lot of money. But just because your pay-per-views make money don't mean they will continue to make money if you do, 12 or more a year.
Yeah.
I like it, though. I like to do some different stuff. I like it. I like that. That's always been part of AEW, though, too. You get to see these dream matches with people from other federations. I like that. Name something that was once popular in the U.S. but isn't anymore.
Roller derby.
I was going to say that. You read my mind.
Spinach in a can.
In your head.
Oh.
Rock and roll. We were never popular.
Exactly.
Rock and roll. Man, I don't know. I think all the kids are still rocking.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
There you go.
Yeah, Cabbage Patch Kids. That's one.
AIDS.
What?
Turds are still cool. Don't worry.
Oh my God! Look at what Bruce.
He just pulled that right out of his ass, and sure.
It just
no wonder he wants to make that game. The turd wipe.
Oh, the wiping game. Yeah, I wrote it down. Wipe the butthole. I said. Nice. I should write game after it though, just so I don't get confused.
Oh shit! I forgot.
Yeah, game.
How could I forget that?
You ever write that down, Intra, so you don't forget?
No.
On the back of your hand. Just like...
I'm like that waiter when they take your order and they're just staring at you.
I hate that.
Go, You go, aren't you going to write that down? And he's like, nope, I got it right here.
I hate those fucking people.
So it's like when I'm staring at myself in the mirror when I'm taking dropping a deuce, just like, I don't gotta write it down. I've got it right here.
You stare at yourself in the mirror while shitting?
It'd be sweet to have a toilet bowl that's all mirrored so you could watch this poop coming out.
When we moved to this house, it was the strangest thing, but you didn't go to the restroom when you were here?
No, because I assumed you had like hidden cameras.
Oh, well, good on you because we do. But the whole like wall and then the counter, there's a counter and then the whole wall is just a mirror just about.
Really?
So like I see myself come out of the shower and see myself just sitting on the toilet. It was really weird, but I'm pretty used to it now. So.
Do you ever get like excited?
No.
Impact are ringing back. What? Oh, you meant to bring back. Impact is bringing back Feast or Fired. Any past winners worth? Fuck Feast and Fired. Jeez, stupid ass shit. Do you love Feast or Fired?
You got to give Impact some credit though. People are still like bringing up stuff. I mean, like at least Nikhil is.
Yeah, but he also like asked like your favorite memory of like the tag team of the Ding Dongs or something.
I'm happy for Nikhil. He said he had a really good time at Wembley. So
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, he has a lot of pictures with people too.
Have you seen the 1998 film U.S. Marshals starring Tommy Lee Jones and Wesley Snipes?
I've never watched
memories
fully.
I fucking love it. I don't know. I've never seen it.
It's the follow-up to The Fugitive. Like I think Tommy Lee Jones is like the same character.
Yeah, I remember it. I don't think I watched it, but I remember it. I mean, I probably watch it because I watch like everything, but it has no memory at all in my mind besides it existing. You know, it's weird. There's like so many, like if I watch old Siskel and Eberts, there'll be these movies that were like up for Academy Awards or like critically acclaimed, and I'll either be like, oh yeah, like man, I would never think of this movie, or like man, I don't even fucking know this one. But like some weird ass like low budget horror movie, like they'll have like a great, these big followings.
Yeah. Like nobody talks about The English Patient.
No. The only time it comes up is like the worst movies that won the Oscar.
Yeah. The Nigerian Giant. Omos.
That and like Shakespeare in Love. You ever sit around thinking, man, I want to go to a Shakespeare in Love convention?
Mm-mm.
Who's in that movie?
I don't even know.
Which one? Shakespeare in Love?
They'd probably go in for like the actors in it.
It's Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh yeah, the Goop chick. Like that shirt, actually, it goes down to the ankles on everyone. That's just how it fits. Just because it's almost sized for everyone.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So I need it to cover up my giant cock. Jujubee wants to know, are you going to buy this new Omo shirt? No. Wouldn't you feel like a weirdo, though, walking around with this shirt that says the Nigerian Giant?
I'm going to buy a 6X and wear it, like I said. That'd be like a dress.
I like that you bought the Jackie Jones shirt.
Hell yeah.
I wonder how much.
Oberstar, have you ever fucked a fruit?
No.
Nope. Dobbs Dean Maya, who is your favorite Khan? Tony Khan, Nick Khan, or Shah Khan, the lead actor in Jawan? Oh, I saw Jawan this weekend. That movie was awesome. I'm a big fan of Bollywood, of Indian cinema.
I like Tony Khan.
I like Khan!
It's only $20.99 with the code SPEAR25.
What the fuck you talking about?
The almost shirt.
Buy it, bitch. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. Yeah, Bruce smoked cigarettes indoors and has a picture of Marilyn Monroe on the wall, just like me. Man after my own heart. This guy rules. This guy's going places. My dick is hard for Bruce's ghost. Yeah!
And I got the spinner weed thing.
Spinning weed. Incher hates you now. He's anti-pothead. He's gonna pull out. He's gonna CM Punk your ass. Look at him. He looks like fucking. He looks like he's like, what's your major malfunction, numbnuts?
I'm gonna draw reverse X's on my wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Just like on my palms, maybe, or something.
I was thinking about getting the X tattoo because I'm fucking straight edge. Come on.
Oh.
What'd you think about your boy Cash Wheeler doing that on Collision? He came out doing this.
Yeah, I just thought, well, he just wants to show some support for
his
man
friend. I think that's a good thing.
Who got fired?
Because I remember Incher was on this video show one day. Tony T's wrestling
TGD.
game extravaganza, and he came on with a shirt that says "I hate Jack." I was like, "What the fuck? That's not nice at all."
I didn't know you knew about that, but guess now that you know, what can I do?
Prick. Dave Deadmans. I want an Incher and the Pussycats shirt. Incher and the Pussycats. I don't know more words.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
He put a lot of work in that one, didn't he?
I looked up that Josie and the Pussycats was a spin-off of Archie.
Really? I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, it fucked with my head.
Yeah,
I wonder if he knew that when he asked. I can't. I'm not going to give Lexo that much credit. I'm sure he had no idea.
They are, though.
I actually knew that.
I remembered it after I read it, but
I just assumed you guys knew that.
Because I was
just
like,
assumed I'm gonna put my my foot up your ass.
Hilldale has a lot of different characters.
I'm just gonna assume
that Mr. Foot Up Your Ass guy too.
You're gonna just assume the position and bend over, get some fucking reaming.
He has a big muddy boot, just one big muddy boot.
Muddy boot because I pulled it out of your ass is covered in shit.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Incher. That was uncalled for.
It was uncalled for.
Do you forgive me?
I'll think about it.
Do you accept my apology? I'm
I'll think
delirious
about
from
it.
lack of sleep.
I'll think about it.
Do it or I'll cry myself to death.
Cry me a river, Jack.
Ah!
Oh, he's lunging at me. I'm scared for my
when
life.
I do this, I really want just like all these boxes to fall on you.
Yeah, set that up for next time, Incher. Just have a string you pull.
Tony Khan's just laying there with like 20 monitors on. I was like,
Just like a net with just boxes in them, and it just falls.
I should make an 8-bit animation of that. It's like Punk just lunges at Tony Khan and he falls, and all the monitors just fall on him.
That'd be
Way
sweet.
too much work.
Well, if you do that, you gotta go. You gotta
just copy and paste it.
Going through the drive-through window.
Hell yeah!
Well, I would make these, but what would I do with them? Well, I can't sell them, I guess.
Yeah.
Mikey B, what do you see? I see Mikey B.
Oh yeah.
He wants to know what was the best track on Pile Driver, the wrestling album 2. Also, soft pretzels, mustard, or cream cheese. What kind of sick pervert puts cream cheese on a mustard on pretzel?
Yeah, I would go with mustard. And I'd say Pile Driver was the best song.
Oh yeah, fucking Pile Driver is a fucking amazing too.
Yeah. That's the easy one.
Assholes bitch that Coco Beware is in the Hall of Fame, but he deserves it simply for Pile Driver. Oh yeah, Sometimes love, it just feels great.
He got mean in the ring sometimes too.
Hell yeah. Well, that's what happens when sometimes you're a lover and sometimes you're a fighter. Just like me. Sometimes I make sweet, sweet love to the OIB. Looks deep into his eyes. And sometimes, you have to pound his face in.
Ask the questions, would you?
I think that's the last one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mikey B. And I saw that he said it was good that I was back earlier in the
What? What is he fucking crazy? No, it's good to have you back, Incher. I love the Inch Man.
If you want to like trick me that I was off, tricked me, Bruce. That's what he did. Tricked me.
I won the debate last week about Punk, hands down.
Yeah.
I love Incher. He's a good man.
Oh.
He smells like a canned ham.
Oh, I knew it was going to take a turn for the worse.
Well, I like canned ham.
Nobody wants to smell like canned ham.
Why, man? I'm writing this beautiful tune and you start fucking bitching. I love the Incher. He's a good man. One thing he don't smell like, that is a canned ham.
Thank you. That was a good. You're quite the tunesmith.
You're welcome. Let's see. Jack, you should record an acoustic album and you will win 12 Grammys. Booyah! Travis! Rookie of the Year! Rookie of the Year!
ROY.
Realizing that the Dark Side of the Ring on FMW Onita was Terry Funk's last TV appearance, so the last thing he did on TV was flip off the camera with a double bird. Legend, R.I.P. One of my all-time favorite people, one of my all-time favorite wrestlers, and absolutely one of my all-time favorite guests, Terry Funk.
For sure.
Great memories in the ring, out of the ring, on the show, and nothing but fond memories. No negative memories for me of Terry Funk.
Yeah,
this is great.
We both had dinner with him.
We did. It was a wonderful time. It's a great photo of us sitting with Terry. And no disrespect to anyone else we ever had dinner with at Hall of Heroes, but that Terry really went above and beyond to make us all, everyone involved there, feel like, like they were buddies with Terry. He talked to everybody, had us pose with fun pictures with him. It was his idea for all of us to do the double fist. Just a really good dude. And talk about longevity. I talked about Jericho and stuff, but he was NWA champion in like the 70s, and then had a tremendous run in the 80s. One of my favorite runs with Ric Flair, and then completely did a 180 in the 90s and reinvented himself, and was a huge part of ECW. And I think a lot of younger fans, probably that's how they remember him, as the the ECW Terry Funk. And then just a very memorable guy.
I wonder how he made it both of his shoes come off when the Undertaker chokeslammed him.
I don't know. He's just a man.
I wonder if he moved his feet in a special. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
It was either a talent or a happy accident, as the kids say.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, Inchman. So I had a good time making movies. I missed talking to the Headyverse, but I had a good time making Psycho Ape 2. That's being edited now, so I don't know. I don't know when that will be released, but looking forward to everyone seeing it. I think the Headyverse will like Psycho Ape 2. It's very insane experience. A lot of wild stuff went down. A lot of stuff that was unplanned. We actually filmed. This was not part of the script. A lot of things were not part of the script. It was not really a scripted movie. It's kind of just a loose layout of what was going to go on. But then a lot of things just happened. And one of those things, Inter, was we recorded at a live pro wrestling show.
Nice.
The owner was friends with is friends with Bill Whedon. It was more of it's a comedy wrestling show. They do it in L.A. And so it was more stand up than wrestling, but it was with trained wrestlers. They didn't have a ring with ropes. They had like a mat and a live crowd, and it was kind of like stand up promos, and then they did some moves. Very weird, like some type of like a weird art thing. It was cool. And they actually wrote in Psycho 8 versus Dr. Zoomis, who's played by Bill Whedon, who's in his 80s. So they had a live wrestling match with Dr. Zoomis, but played by Bill Whedon in his 80s, against the Psycho Ape. And we filmed it in front of a live crowd. Very crazy time. And it's a wild experience. Very fun.
Sounds pretty cool.
So is that we filmed in the Rainbow Room, which was not scripted. We filmed at a slam poetry. I don't know even what you call it. Slam poetry get together. That was unplanned. It was just a really bizarre time, and it was good. It was fun.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing it coming out.
Yes, me as well. So it'll be a good time, and so we'll be back next week here on In Your Head.
For sure.
We do have a guest coming up, one that's actually going to come on the show, unlike other people who say they will and then never do. Even if we're friends with them, they decide to just never do it. Not to name any names. Sean Oliver. We'll have the author of the new Ric Flair book, which I don't have in front of me, but I have it upstairs, so that'll be cool. I believe it's an unauthorized Ric Flair biography, so that'll be cool.
Hey, you get a lot of good information from those.
Yeah, the Tim Hornbecker. It's a pretty famous wrestling journalist. I'm friends with him on Tim Hornbaker. He'll be on soon to talk about it.
Yeah, excellent.
The last real world champion, the legacy of Nature Boy Ric Flair by Tim Hornbaker. So Tim will be on here at some point. All right, it's man. Bruce, you're a good dude. Thanks to our producers, El Santos World and Brian Matthew Clatar.
I just got paid, so hopefully I'll be able to help
I don't
again.
want to make you feel bad. You don't have to, but I appreciate it.
No, I just
they will
got
be added
paid.
to IMDb once I get all the shows up there, and that will be even if you whatever shows you did in the previous. So, all right, folks.
Thank you, Bruce.
You're a good man, Brucey.
You guys are awesome. Listen forever. I've listened to you guys forever. So.
Awesome. This is like
awesome.
The Shining. You've been here forever. You've always been part of the Outlook Hotel. All right. Let's see here. Where is the tune? Oh, here it is. Whoops.
Oh, that didn't work.
Let's try that again.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and
Fight.
Andre the Giant from Grenoble, France.
I gotta go to sleep. I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I got up at 6 in the morning, and I went to the casino, Encore Casino. My plan was to go to sleep when I got home, but it was like 4:30, so I was like, I gotta get my walk in. So I took a walk, which I was very tired doing that. And I was like, this was a dumb idea. Then I got home, like, I can't take a nap now. By the time I get to sleep, I have to get up. And then I'll just be more tired. So I stayed up and I drank some black tea and some black coffee, which I recommend to all the children out there. It's really good for you to do that if you're really tired. And now I'm just all amped, but I'll probably go to sleep at some point. So I'll talk to you guys all soon.
All right.
See you, Bruce. You're a good dude. Bruce.
All right. Have fun.
Bye.
Mm-hmm.